Local number 26, International Brotherhood of The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity and Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strength. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hello and welcome to Fireman's Field, home of the Purcellville Cannons, as they welcome in tonight the Strasburg Express. As we will, I believe, pop it down to owner of the Cannons,
Check.
Brett Fuller.
Hey, a special treat for you folks tonight. Victoria just threw out the first pitch, but she's got her little friend here. His name is Barbecue Sauce, but I'm going to let her tell you what he is.
He is a Madagascar cockroach. He's about the size of my eyeball.
Yeah, he's a pretty good fella too. And they live to be how long? About 3 years old? Yep. Savage Pest Control, thank you.
Folks from Savage Pest Control being throwing our first pitch tonight, almost ready for our national anthem, as the Cannons again playing Strasburg, coming off a win last night. A good win for the Cannons last night, Tristan.
Yeah, they did. They produced offensively, had that big third inning that got them up 6-0, and as the Lumberjacks started to chip back away, got it back up to 6-3. Cannons came back out and shut them down after that, and then came back out in the eighth, put on 5 more runs, and ended up winning 11-3. Big win for them last night to get them back in the win column.
Yeah, big late. Had those 2 big innings. That was the difference in the game. Strasburg a winner that last time out on Sunday, as they beat the league leader at the time, Harrisonburg, 13-8. Let's pop it over to our national anthem. Great national anthem there. Almost time for baseball here at Fireman's Field. Cannons and the Express both coming off of wins. We'll see who can keep the win streak going tonight as these two rivals face off. Cannons knocked the Express out of the playoffs last year. Strasburg's done that to the Cannons in the past. Almost time for baseball here in Purcellville. To bring you your starting lineups, here is Tristan Kunick.
Yeah, for your Express coming up first, Josh Ebay leading off as the DH. Then next will be Brooks Henderson. Topher Jones, lead league in batting average, coming in third. Cleaning it all up is Tanner Hardin, followed by Eddie Castillo at 5, Landon Beaver at 6, 7, Cole Griffith, and then Jack Anderson at 8, and Brett Mosley rounding it all out at 9. On the mound tonight for your Cannons is Ryan Rushing. Behind the plate is A.J. Goitia. Over on first is Marsala Thomas and Ski Kono on second, with Carlos Sanchez on third and Kara Valentin at short. And then left to right in the outfield, Anthony Fernandez, Kobe White in center, and Gerardo Parado in right field.
Thank you much, Tristan. And as you mentioned, it's Ryan Rushing on the hill, the left-hander out of the University of Indiana. 5'10" out of Bradenton, Florida. Rushing already with some experience in the Northwoods League this year. Played for St. Cloud. Only had a chance as a reliever. So he comes to the Cannons as a starter. He'll make his second outing tonight for Purcellville. Rushing's first outing came in a win over the River Bandits of Woodstock as he pitched 3 innings in that contest. Allowed no runs, only 1 hit, walked 3 batters, but he did strike out 5 in that contest. So Rushing hoping for a little longer outing and another starting role. We'll see if he can take it to this Strasburg lineup and get the Cannons to another victory after last night's impressive showing in a win over Covington.
Yeah, talking to Ridge Fuller today, the GM for the Cannons, he said their last outing for rushing, just a little shorter, hadn't thrown in a while. Said looking to give him a little bit more of a leash today, maybe a 4, maybe a 5-inning outing, but still just trying to leave his arm a little to rest before just throwing him in there to the Wolves.
There comes Josh eBay, DH tonight, as that's a swing and a miss for strike one. eBay out of Stephen F. Austin. As the DHs tonight comes in hitting .289, double 2 home runs. Good Strasburg hitting team as he'll take off the outside corner for a ball.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Express just littered all over the leaderboard for the VBL in the hitting stats. They have 4 players on the home run leaders, with 3 of them being tied for second, with 4 being Mosley, Jones, and Beaver. Anderson falling in at 6th with 3.
As eBay fouls that one off, count goes to 1-2. eBay on the campaign. He's driven in 12. He struck out 10 times, but he has 16 walks. So production, kind of all the outcomes there, as he will hit it out of play, and he'll stay alive to see another pitch.
eBay and Topher Jones, the power duo for the Express here. eBay batting .289 on the season.
Josh out of Cypress, Texas, started his college career at Hill College. Good JUCO down in the Lone Star State. Again, the 1-2. He'll miss low and away, so count evens up at 2-2. Yeah, eBay actually one of the few guys that got more time at a D1 school than at his JUCO. He only had 29 at-bats for Hill in 2024. This year for Stephen F. Austin started 40 games. He will hit this one out to left center field. Going back the Cannons, and that will be out of here. Wow, to the deepest part of the ballpark. eBay gets into one and gives Strasburg the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, he definitely got a hold of that one, like you mentioned. Gets it back to that deepest part of the field. Just over the fence, just enough for the ball to be a home run anyway. And that will be his 3rd of the season. Also, again, going to push him up into that leaderboard for home runs on the season, where the Express are just all over the place.
You rarely see a ball go out in that part of the park. Again, so deep out in left center field. That one not exactly the deepest part of the park, but it was close. Here's the pitch, and that will miss outside to Brooks Henderson, the second baseman for the Express tonight.
And something that the Cannons have to look to avoid here is getting down early. They played last time on June 3rd where they lost 11-1.
1-0 pitch. That'll miss. Your home plate umpire tonight, Anthony Mayer. Webb Turner's down at first base. Homer Gowett is your third base umpire. So 2-0 coming up from Rushing. He delivers and misses outside, so count goes to 3-0.
Last time they played on June 3rd, Express got up early with 9 runs in the first 3 innings, 5 of them coming in the first inning. The Cannons struggled to get some offense with striking out 11 times.
That's going to miss outside, so after the leadoff homer by eBay, Henderson with the walk, and the first 2 men are reaching for Strasburg. Here comes Topher Jones. Jones, Pearl River Community College, comes into this one hitting .512 in 9 games on the season. 4 home runs, 13 RBI. Rushing delivers, and that will miss outside. And Rushing kind of looking in at home plate, trying to find out where he's missing. The lefty will come set and delivers, as that'll miss outside for ball 2. As Gotia will go out and chat with his pitcher, and tonight it's just as bad as it was last night. It is hot, it is sticky, it is nasty out here. Cannon's the only team playing at 7 o'clock tonight. Everyone else either canceled their games or are playing at 7:30 or later. 3 games in the Valley are playing at 8 tonight. So here comes the 2-0. Rushing comes home, and that'll be fouled back. So goes to 2-1.
As I mentioned earlier, Topher Jones leading the league in batting average with an impressive .512. Second in home runs, tied for second with 4, and then also in the top 10 with 13 RBIs.
Rushing's 2-1. That is in there for a strike. Evens up the count at 2-2. Rushing delivers the 2-2 pitch. That'll miss inside. Count will go full at 3-2 with Tanner Harden on deck. Three-two runner goes, throw down, tag applied, and he is out at second base. So a strike him out, throw him out, double play, a quick twin killing for the Cannons as they get 2 outs against the Express.
Huge play by the Cannons there, and an impressive throw by Goitia as Topher Jones was kind of leaned back over the plate still after he struck out, and Goitia able to get the ball over the bag, and Ski Kono able to get the ball on one hop and still apply the tag in time. That was just an impressive defensive play all around for the Cannons.
So here comes the aforementioned Tanner Harden, lefty on lefty. He'll foul it off the other way. And doing so many college games this year, it almost seemed like a point of emphasis where you would see that basically batter's interference double play, the guy just barely veering over in front of home plate, but the umpire saying in the way you interfered and making it 2 quick outs. 0-1, that'll miss outside. Count goes to 1-1.
Exactly what Rushing needed to after giving up that leadoff home run. He gets back in. I don't know what Goitia said to him, but it looks like it's been working.
1-1, here it is. Breaking ball stays up, so stays at 2-1. 1-0 Strasburg lead on the eBay leadoff home run here in the top of the first. That'll miss high, so Rushing losing control of the zone. Eddie Castillo, the right fielder for the Express, is on deck.
Got to keep in mind here, too, with the heat, how the sweat will play into the grip of the ball.
And missing up again is Rushing, so his second walk of this inning as Harden goes down to first base. That keeps the inning alive for Castillo. Castillo hitting .407 on the season. He's got 4 doubles, 3 homers, as well as 7 RBI. Strasburg, I'm sure you can't see on our cameras tonight. It's really a tough one, as that is in there for a strike. They're wearing their digital camo uniforms. It's a mix of purple, black, and gray. Cannons in their normal home pinstripes. A 1 pitch, that's fouled back, so count goes to 0-2. As Purcellville trying to end this inning with only 1 on the board for the Express. Landon Beaver on deck. But Rushing trying to end it right here. Here's the pitch, and swing and a miss for strike 3 as Rushing comes back and gets the strikeout of Castillo, his second of the inning. But the leadoff homer by eBay puts Strasburg on the board. They lead it 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the first inning. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affini & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co., Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strength. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. 1-0 Express as we head to the bottom of the first with your lineups. Here's Tristan.
Anthony Fernandez to lead it off for the Cannons in this inning, followed by Carlos Sanchez and Tarmas Marsala. Manny Ramirez will be cleaning it all up at 4. Gerardo Prado, Ski Kono, AJ Goitia, Kobe White, and Corey Valentin to close it all out. On the mound for the Express is Gavin Kindle, and behind the dish is Cole Griffith. First, Jack Anderson. Second, Brooks Henderson. And third is Topher Jones. Tanner Hardin playing short today, and left to right for the Express in the outfield is Landon Beaver, Brett Mosley, and Eddie Castillo.
Thank you, Tristan. And Gavin Kindle, as you said, the right-hander out of Okeechobee, Florida, and Florida Southwestern State, did not pitch for the Buccaneers this year, but he's had 4 outings in the Valley this summer. No record, but 2.76 ERA. 4 games, 3 of those starts, 13 innings pitched, 16 strikeouts, just 3 walks, 10 hits allowed. His last outing came against Newmarket. Pitched 3 innings, hit a 6-5 win, allowed 3 runs, 2 of those earned, 3 hits, 1 walk. He struck out 5 in the contest. So Fernandez steps in. And here's the pitch from Kindle, and that'll miss inside for ball 1.
Fernandez, one of the 5 guys seeing back-to-back action here for the Cannons. Going to see probably a good mix of lineups here coming up.
That'll miss inside, so the count goes to 2-0. Yeah, that's one thing that Brett Fuller likes to do, especially early in the season, is get everybody in, see what he has, and then kind of hone in on a lineup late June, early July, as that will actually be in for a strike. And again, that's a little different now because you see so many guys kind of head back early for different reasons. Here's your 2-1, as that'll be hit down to first base. Nice play on the backhand. Can he win the race? And he will not, as Kendall trying to get down there, and he's safe at first base, as Kendall could not beat Fernandez, and an infield single for Anthony.
That's the definition of effort right there. Fernandez grounded over to first. That was a good pick by the first baseman, Jack Anderson, but Kendall just couldn't get there in time, and Anderson was hauling down the first baseline the entire way, and that's the only reason he was able to win that race.
So infield single for Anthony Fernandez. Here comes Carlos Sanchez. Here's the pitch as Sanchez fouls it off.
Florida Southwestern State matchup right here. Teammates down there.
You always wonder how those end up working out, where both guys know each other, who can exploit the other's weaknesses that they might know about from their time at school. Throw over and back in is Fernandez. A 1-0 lead here for Strasburg in the bottom of the first inning. Glad to have you along here at Fireman's. 0-1, that's fouled back. And now 0-2. Sanchez yesterday went 0 for 4.
Is he on the team right now? Supposed to be 41. Did not know that. Good to know. Say what's up to him.
0-2 coming up. And it'll be fouled off. Sanchez with a check swing, gets a piece of it.
Sanchez, one guy who came in late but has been playing a lot since he came in. His 6th game of the season already.
Kendall did not like what he was getting from Griffith, so he'll call him out, have a quick chat about it. Sanchez, 333 average so far on the season. 7 stolen bases for Sanchez, so he's wreaked havoc there on other teams. Looks like you got a couple of Little League All-Star squads in here today. I think Dulles Little League from the Ashburn area. Here's the 0-2. That'll miss outside. Count goes to 1-2. Snap throw down to first base, and back in safely is Fernandez.
Fernandez caught a little too far down to second base, able to get back in time. If that throw was online, though, they probably would have got him.
So, Tristan, what's the most well-known thing about Ashburn, Virginia? Tell me after the pitch. Here's the 1-2. That's a swing and a miss for Sanchez. So that is the first out of the inning. Kendall with the strikeout as Thomas Marcello will come to the dish. So go ahead. What's the most famous thing about Ashburn?
I couldn't tell you. I know Commanders practice down in Ashburn.
I'd say that's what it would be. That's where the Commanders practice. I can't think of anything else that makes it be more famous than that. Everyone would know.
That would be my only guess.
Well, that's what I'm going with. It wasn't
I thought it was a trivia question.
No, I mean it was more of an opinion, I guess. But I feel like that was what I was going for. So good job. Here's the pitch to Marsala. Takes outside for a ball. Fernandez down at first base as he reached on the infield single, able to hit a ball into the right side hole and beat the pitcher to the bag. Marsala fouls one back. Count goes to 1-1.
Seen a lot of other pro athletes just out in this area in general. Sean Alexander used to own this field, and James Thrash has been out here. He coached me back in Little League. Football, that is.
Yeah. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Marsala takes outside. A lot of that's because the Commanders, Washington football team, Skins, whatever you want to call them, have basically trained out here, I guess, going on at least 25 years now, maybe more than that. Long time they were in Herndon, basically right next to Dulles Airport in Fairfax County, but then they moved to Loudon, and that brought a lot of the Commanders, Washington coaches and players. I know I grew up down the street, had a couple sons of one of the assistants at Norv Turner lived down from us. Actually, a personnel man, I think, lived out there as well where we lived. Here's the 2-1, as that'll be in there for strike 2. Most famously, Joe Theismann, I think, still a Loudon resident. Well, John Riggins at one point was a Loudon resident. Lived on a trailer out next to the Potomac River at one point. Here's the 2-2. As that's going to get to the backstop, and it is ball 3. So Fernandez heads down into scoring position on the wild pitch by Kendall.
I know a lot of guys also live over in Belmont. I had a friend who worked down there who played basketball with Ryan Kerrigan a couple times. Saw Logan Thomas out there when he was still here before he went to the 49ers and then retired.
Yep, so a lot of Washington football players in this area. And, of course, they all trained in Ashburn, where that Dulles Little League All-Star team's from. That's hanging with us today at Fireman's. 3-2 pitch. That's going to be hit to second base. We'll move the runner along. Going over to first. High throw by Henderson, but easy for Anderson to stab for the second out of the inning.
Stands filling in a little bit more tonight than they were last night. That home side is a little more shaded than the away side, but you do see some purple over there for the Express.
Yeah, Strasburg normally travels pretty well. I'd say maybe second up to here at least behind Winchester, it feels like. Strasburg's been so good for so long. Here comes Manny Ramirez Jr. He takes outside for a ball. Manny, tough start to the night last night. Struck out his first 3 at-bats, but then walked in his 4th at-bat and then hit a 2-run homer in the 8th inning as the Cannons blew it wide open against Covington. Here's the 1-0. That's in there for strike 1, evens the count.
Also helps that Strasburg's only about an hour from here.
That's true. Actually, I think it's even closer to 50 minutes. And that depends on traffic, obviously, which can be a dicey proposition. 1-1 pitch. That's going to be outside. Though I will say, coming from Strasburg to here, I think would be better because you're kind of going against traffic, I would say.
For the most part,
as opposed to going out where so many people live in West Virginia and Frederick County. Here's the 2-1, as that's going to miss low. So Manny now looking at a 3-1 count as Gerardo Prado on deck.
Seems like a lot more stuff out here since this is a smaller town area. It's a lot easier to get here as opposed to going away from here.
3-1's fouled off. Yeah, again, it's one of those suburbs. And, of course, the suburbs keep going farther and farther out to Washington, D.C., but, of course, home of the federal government and so many technology and different things in Reston and Arlington in Virginia. So folks live out here. Here's the payoff pitch at 3-2, and that'll be hit as the bat goes flying. Shortstop picks it up, throws over and in time. Nice play by Harden to retire the side. Cannons strand one. We played one as Strasburg up on Purcellville 1-0. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affini & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cars, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Loughton Construction, Fairfax Coin and Collectibles Exchange, West Trail Wellness and Massage, Norbo Dental, Loudon Lumber, Loudon Valley Floors, Hartley Home Exteriors, Altus Consulting, Shenandoah Sluggers Baseball Club, Keeping It Real Real Estate Team, Shanti Aesthetics, Morningside House, South Fork Dentistry. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. 1-0 lead for Strasburg here in the top of the second inning. It'll be Landon Beaver, Cole Griffith, and Jack Anderson, your scheduled hitters. 6, 7, and 8 for the Express. Jeremy Huber, Tristan Kunik here with you as the Cannons with 4 games this week. We've been joined by a celebrity in the booth as the father of Manny Ramirez Jr. Manny Ramirez is here. So here comes Rushing's pitch as Beaver swings over top of it for strike one.
Beaver, another guy with his name in the leaderboards a couple times. Tied for second in home runs with 4. Is in second alone with 18 RBIs.
That's going to miss, so count goes to 1-1. They appeal down to Homer Gowett, said no swing. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, as that's going to be swung on and missed for strike 2. No other games underway yet in the Valley tonight. Everyone moving games back because of the heat. Covington and Harrisonburg are down to get going. Here's the 1-2, as that is going to miss. And no swing, again, says Homer Gowett down at third base. Beaver out of Phoenix City, Alabama. Plays for UAB. 2-2. That's high. So count goes full at 3-2.
Landon Beaver doing a good job of holding that bat back a couple times. He's half swung. None of them I ever thought that really went around. They've appealed a couple times, like you said, but I don't really think there was any thought about it by the third base umpire.
Payoff pitch, and that's going to miss inside. So, and actually, no, it's going to be strike 3. I apologize. This time they say he went around, so after a couple times holding up, Beaver can't do it that time, and he goes down on strikes.
Yeah, huge for Rushing. He's starting to dial in a little bit more. He had that one walk after he got the strikeout, throw-out, double play. He did walk one, but he has 3 Ks now and is dialing in a little bit more as the game goes on.
Here comes Cole Griffith. Griffith comes in hitting .429, only in 2 games, though. Here's the pitch. He will hit this one down to third base. Fielded, throw over in time as Sanchez threw one towards the runner, but Marsala able to make the snag for out number 2. So Jack Anderson will come to the plate. So Anderson made that good defensive play earlier. Anderson, one of the few Express batters who has not had a hot start to the season, batting just 190, but he has 3 home runs. That'll be hits on the hop, and Kono, it eats him up. He hung back on it, tried to play it on the hop, and ends up committing an error. Kono, of course, we saw him last night have an error, uncharacteristically for him. So he's having some struggles we normally don't see in the defensive end.
Yeah, Kono just having a little bit of struggle in general. He's not doing the same that he usually does at the plate. He's not doing the same that he usually does defensively, just trying to get out of this rut that he's in right now. And like you said, just a bad bounce there and hops just over his glove.
Number 9 hitter Brett Mosley coming to the dish. Runner goes. That is high for a ball. Throw down, tag applied. He's safe as Anderson under the tag. So the Express have a runner in scoring position.
Yeah, good throw, good tag, just able to get down just enough to get the leg on the base before they could apply.
Here's the 1-0. That's low. And Goitia will go out and talk to his pitcher. Now, interestingly enough, Anthony Mayer quickly coming out. They waved off, said no visit, so yes, it's actually no visit. So I guess he was going out, basically. Not a consultation visit. I'm not exactly sure, but Anthony Mayer kind of looked at the booth and waved his hand. So 2-0 pitch coming up. That's low.
Second one they waved off, too. He waved off the first one earlier.
So it sounds like Corey Costello in the booth tonight running the gun said it was due to signs, making sure that was all set. So that's why Anthony Mayer went ahead and had no official visit as the pitcher and catcher get on the same page. 3-0 coming up. Here it is. And that'll miss inside, so a 4-pitch walk to Brett Mosley, and that'll turn the lineup over with 2 outs to Josh eBay, who had that leadoff homer back in the first.
Number 22, Josh eBay.
Anderson at second. Mosley is at first. eBay hit one to the deepest part of the ballpark to lead off the game. He'll take high for a ball.
Important to get out of the inning here and keep the damage to 1, as, like I mentioned earlier, something that hurt the Cannons was giving up all those runs early in their last game against the Express.
That'll miss high, so right now, Rushing having trouble finding his command. 2-0 count. 1-0 lead for the Express here in the top of the second inning. But with eBay's power, showed it earlier, could really put a crooked letter up there. He'll take, and that is in for a strike.
Another thing that plays a factor is needing to get some innings out of Rushing here. Is the bullpen is going to be very important down the stretch. Cannons with only two scheduled off days from now until the end of the regular season on July 4th and July 13th.
That's fouled away.
And they're already on their 5th game straight.
Of course, originally the Valley All-Star break, I believe, was on the 14th, 15th, and 16th, and the Sunday game, so 2 days off, but already playing the Tuesday of that stretch to make up a game. 2-2. And eBay will foul that one off, so he'll stay alive. Yeah, the Valley All-Star game on the 13th. Originally, the 14th and 15th were off days, but now the Cannons with a makeup game on the 15th.
All that rain here in Purcellville coming back to bite them. And hoping to hold off some more as we have more scheduled for this week.
Yeah, going from 100-degree temperatures to rain again, possibly. Hopefully it'll cool things off a little bit. Here's your 2-2. And that is in there for strike three, as eBay couldn't get the bat off his shoulder. He'll go down looking with 2 men on, and that ends the inning. We played 1.5 here at Fireman's Field. The Express still up on the Cannons, 1-0. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affini & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strength. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. Welcome back to Fireman's Field as the Cannons trail the Strasburg Express 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the second inning. Cannons will bring Gerardo Prado, Ski Kono, and A.J. Goitia to the dish. Hitters 5, 6, and 7 in their lineup.
Gerardo Prado did not play last night, having a solid season this year, but was taking a rest last night. Prado batting .333 on the season in 10 games. Has a single home run, 2 doubles, 3 RBIs on the season. Cannons work a lot with their depth offensively as opposed to the top guys being the top guys.
That's fouled off, so count will go to 0-1 as Gavin Kindell on for his second inning of work. Prado out of San Juan, Puerto Rico. A few JUCO stops. Committed to Oklahoma, where he'll be in the fall as he goes around, and he'll be down 0-2 in the count. Here's the pitch. Prado will take one that bounces about 2 feet in front of home plate. Prado's head coach at Amarillo College, Brandon Raines, said that his righty swinger had a professional approach to every single at-bat that he took, and he hit for average, hit for power, stole bases, just did everything. Had a tremendous year, improved his stock. 1-2 pitch, that'll miss outside and low, so the count goes to 2-2.
Gerardo Prado, a guy that just exudes confidence at the plate. You can see it from the booth in the way he carries himself.
Here's 2-2. That's going to miss low, so he's worked the count to full. The other thing about Prado is 6'4", 205-pound frame, so he's got some room to get bigger, get stronger, and get better. Here's the payoff pitch, and Prado takes on the outside corner. Thought it was ball 4, but Anthony Mayer thought differently, and that's the first out of the inning.
Yeah, same situation we saw in the last inning with Landon Beaver, as he thought he didn't go around, and he did. Spot where Gerardo Prado gets taken down too.
Second strikeout for Gavin Kindell. As Ski Kono at the dish. As Kono takes for a ball, Ski with an error in the field that did not end up hurting the Cannons in the top of this frame. Kono comes in hitting .261. As that will be on the inside corner. Kono can't believe it. He had to jump out of the way of that one, looked back quickly at Mayer, almost rolled his eyes, still shaking his head a bit, and those hands on his hips. Here's the 1-1 pitch as he'll foul this one off. And right now, Ski not happy, trying to catch a break, and doesn't like that call that went against him. So he's down 1-2 in the count as Goitia is on deck. The righty delivers as Kono takes well outside. Count evens up at 2-2. Here's the pitch, and that'll be hit out to second base. Over the field is Henderson. Throws over, high throw, but Anderson able to snag it for the second out of the inning. So here's the aforementioned A.J. Goitia. He's only played in 2 games. He's 1 for 3.
A.J. Goitia.
Played a little bit last night.
And ends up going to the backstop. Yeah, he came on about the 7th inning, I think it was. 6th or 7th.
I believe it was the 6th.
He'll take a strike at 92 from Kindell.
I believe it was the 6th. He came in defensively for Ryan Gargett behind the dish. Did get an at-bat last night.
Here's the pitch as he will foul this one away.
He walked and then came around to score on Acevedo's 8th inning single. That capped out the scoring in the 8th inning. That was the 11th run for the Cannons last night.
Goitia out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. Here's the 1-2. He will take in the dirt as Kindell. It's like when he's on, he's on. When he's off, he's off. I don't think I've seen more pitches in the dirt from a guy who's doing pretty well. I mean, he's skipped at least 5 or 6 in there already, but it hasn't ultimately hurt him. Here's the 2-2. That's going to miss away. So count goes full at 3-2 with Kobe White on deck. Kindell delivers. That's fouled off. So Goitia stays alive.
Goitia saw a little bit of action with the University of Miami this year. 11 games, 12 plate appearances, 10 official at-bats, where he had 4 hits, so he was batting .400. He did have an RBI.
Long look in. Here's your payoff pitch. That's going to miss inside, so Goitia works the 2-out walk as the Cannons keep the inning alive with Strasburg leading 1-0 here in the bottom of the second. Here's Kobe White. As Kobe will hit one out to center field. First pitch swinging. Coming in is Mosley. He'll call everyone off and make the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. Cannons strand 1. We played 2. The Express up on Purcellville 1-0. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affini & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cars, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Caseco, Flowers Risk Group, Loughton Construction, Fairfax Coin and Collectibles Exchange, West Trail Wellness and Massage, Norbo Dental, Loudon Lumber, Loudon Valley Floors, Hartley Home Exteriors, Altus Consulting, Shenandoah Sluggers Baseball Club, Keeping It Real Real Estate Team, Shanti Aesthetics, Morningside House, South Fork Dentistry. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. Top of the third here in Purcellville as Strasburg still has a 1-0 lead. Jeremy Hubert, Tristan Kunik with you as the Cannons continuing their long week. They'll be in action tomorrow before coming back home. Tomorrow's matchup down at Newmarket, 7:30 start. And they'll host Harrisonburg, the South leader, before home game. That'll be a home game. Then it'll be at, as you said, Tristan, down at Strasburg on Friday. This is all weather permitting. Before home game against the Royals. And then a Valley League title game rematch in a 1 o'clock Eastern start on Sunday. The Tom Sox will host Purcellville down in Charlottesville.
Weather playing a big factor for the next week. Is supposed to start raining Thursday here and go until, I believe, Tuesday, maybe even Wednesday.
Brooks Henderson will pop this one up on the right side. Everyone giving chase, and it ends up falling in play, but no one could get there. Actually, might have caught one of the trees instead, so it might have been a dead ball.
It's one thing the Cannons don't have the luxury to afford, though, is taking more rain days. As I mentioned, only 2 off days, one being a holiday, the other being the All-Star break.
Yeah, right now, if you're the Cannons, you're kind of hoping that if you do have any more rainouts, they're against opponents from the north. Remember, in the Valley, teams from the other division, you only play them twice. It's a home and home. 0-1. That'll miss way up high from rushing. So those are extremely hard to make up. If it's a game against a team from your division, it's a lot easier. You can just play a doubleheader if you need to. Cannons have tried to avoid those so far, but probably some in their future. At 1-1, it will bounce in front of Goitia and ends up back at the backstop. Still a lot of sun out. Stays light really until almost 9 o'clock. Here's the 2-1. That'll miss high and away. As rushing has had trouble with his command. He's walked 2 batters so far, but had a lot of pitches where he's missed wildly. Now with a 3-1 count to Henderson. Here it is, and that will miss way over the head of Brooks, so he will head down to first base with a leadoff walk here in the top of the third.
Not what you want to do with the best hitter in the league coming to the plate. Leadoff walk, usually a sign of bad things to come.
Yeah, Jones struck out his first time up, led to that strike him out, throw him out double play that retired Henderson at second base. That'll be hit down to third, fielded to second for 1, over to first base, not in time. So they do get the lead runner as Jones hits into the fielder's choice. Henderson retired 5-4 at second base for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, Sanchez just bobbled that ball a little bit when he was picking that up. Took a little bit more time. Had he fielded it cleanly and got it into his hand cleanly, they probably would have got him. Just a little too much time, though, getting that transition.
Here's Tanner Harden, first time up. Harden walked. As that will miss inside, and don't want it to come off like making excuses, but basically anytime you play third base here at Fireman's Field till about 8 o'clock, any ball you field you're happy about. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That'll miss inside because that sun is setting right in the third baseman's eyes as Sanchez playing well off the line, I believe in part just to get out of that direct sunlight as much as he can, especially against left-handed hitters. You line one right down the line, you'll be running for a while. Here's the 2-0. That will miss inside, so count goes to 3-0.
The field kind of just scattered with sunspots. There's a lot of trees on the right side. The sun setting through the trees, making the outfield a little difficult too.
A historic Fireman's Field. Ringed by trees as that is in for a strike. This majestic oak trees that rise up high above the field, over top of the light poles, actually. Been here for years and years. Just a great venue for baseball. 3-1 pitch. That'll miss inside and actually going to hit Harden. So a hit by pitch will send the cleanup hitter down to first base as Strasburg with 2 men on, only 1 out, as Castillo coming to the plate.
Castillo struck out swinging his first time up.
Number 3, Eduardo Castillo.
Big lead over at first base and at second base. Here's the pitch as Castillo takes one at the knees for a strike. Go ahead.
Be huge for Rushing to get a double play here, get them out of the inning with 2 runners on, and get out of the first 3 with only 1 run given up, but a lot of action on the base paths.
That'll miss. Looked pretty good, but feels like it's been a tight strike zone today. Castillo, one of the returning Express. There are about 4 position players back from last year's team. 1-1. That's roped out to center field, but going back on its white, he'll make the catch, spins and throws to third base, and not in time, but staying over at first base will be Harden. So no harm, no foul, as Kobe made a nice play to track that one down in left center.
Yeah, you got a good jump on the ball on that line drive out to center field. It was deep enough, especially once you start getting to that deeper part of the field over there, that Jones was able to advance to third with no contest.
Here's Landon Beaver. He was a strikeout victim his first time up. Runner goes. Goitia will pump fake down to second base and just put it in his pocket. So stolen base for Harden, has now 2 Express runners in scoring position, but it also opens up first base. So we'll see if that changes the plan at all for Rushing with Griffith on deck. Not much difference, as that'll be popped up on the left side. Heading over is Sanchez. He's got room in foul territory, and he will make the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. So Strasburg will strand 2. Head to the bottom of the 3rd. It's still Express 1, Cannons nothing. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strait. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. Bottom of the third, as Strasburg still with that 1-0 lead. Corey Valentine, the shortstop for the Cannons, and number 9 hitter will lead things off, followed by Fernandez and Sanchez. As Purcellville tries to tie this one up, and we've just had a little bit of a situation. Gavin Kendall coming down, and it looks like he kind of twisted his ankle as he landed, and he's trying to walk it off, but does not look like he's super comfortable. Again, you know, when you pitch, different guys have different landing spots, which mean different holes, and Kendall might have rolled that ankle just a little bit. He's pitching in low tops, which most pitchers do. But he did not look like that felt all that good. Let's see if he can get back the way he wants to throw, as that'll miss outside to Valentine.
Valentine looking for his first base of the season. In his 4th game, has yet to get a hit or walk.
That 1-0 pitch will miss outside. Valentine, Douglasville, Georgia. Previously at College of Central Florida before this past year at FIU. That'll be hit down the line foul as Ridge Fuller tries to sky for it down at third base and comes up short.
Don't think he had the height for that one.
Well, I don't either, so, you know. Ridge is one of the few people I can look eye to eye with. Maybe over top of him a little bit. 2-1, and that is swung on. It's going to be a foul tip, so evens up the count at 2-2. Fernandez on deck. Here's your 2-2 pitch. That'll be bounced foul. Ends up on the roof of the Strasburg dugout. Strasburg in the third base dugout. Cannons on the first base side. Kendall delivers, and that'll be fouled off. So Valentine hanging in. Like you said, Tristan, crowd's filled in a little bit on the first base side. 2-2. That's low. So Valentine doing what you want out of your number 9 hitter, making it a tough at-bat. Trying to find his way on base. Payoff pitch. That's roped out to left field. That's going to get over the head of Beaver, and it's going to be one hopped off the wall. Valentine, as Beaver struggling to pick it up, he will, and Correa will coast into second base with a leadoff double here in the bottom of the third inning.
That's a way to get your first hit of the season. As we've mentioned before, with that super big left field, you need to have essentially a second center fielder over there, and he just hit that perfectly right over the head of Beaver, bouncing out near the warning track and off the wall. Good on Beaver to get the ball back in relatively quickly to keep Valentine at second, as if he waited another second, Valentine might have been able to round second and go to third.
Top of the order in Fernandez. He will swing and miss for strike one.
Just trying to take the lead with that swing right there.
As Kendall will step off. 0-1 coming up. That's low, so evens up the count at 1-1. First time up, Fernandez reached on the infield single. Ball snagged by Anderson at first, as that will miss inside. Count goes to 2-1. Anderson went into the hole to pick it, but Fernandez beat Kendall to the bag and was safe, but strikeout and 2 ground outs after him kept him over at first base. 2-1. That'll miss inside. So now a 3-1 count.
Fernandez had an RBI single last night when he went 1 for 4. He also walked. An RBI single coming in the 9th inning. 2 5-run innings for the Cannons last night in the 3rd and the 8th.
3-1 coming up to Anthony Fernandez, senior out of St. Bonaventure. Here's the pitch, and he swings over the top of it for a strike. Fernandez, with that late hit last night, continued his hitting streak, now at 5 games. Impressive part of that streak, in 3 of those games, he had 2 hits. Payoff pitch, hit the other way, but foul. So we'll do it all over again. Anthony out of Rhode Island. He's heading to St. Bonaventure. Previously at Monroe College. Had some impressive numbers there. 3-2 again as Fernandez takes outside for ball 4. So the Cannons have 2 men on and nobody out here in the bottom of the 3rd. Here's Carlos Sanchez. Sanchez, a strikeout victim his first time up. And looks like we are going to have a call to the bullpen as Strasburg will bring on a new arm. We'll tell you who it is in a moment. Express up on the Cannons, 1-0 here in the bottom of the 3rd, but Purcellville with the first 2 men on and nobody out. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cars, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Caseco, Flowers Risk Group, Loughton Construction, Fairfax Coin and Collectibles Exchange, West Trail Wellness and Massage, Norbo Dental, Loudon Lumber, Loudon Valley Floors, Hartley Home Exteriors, Altus Consulting, Shenandoah Sluggers Baseball Club, Keeping It Real Real Estate Team, Shanti Aesthetics, Morningside House, South Fork Dentistry. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. Welcome back to Fireman's Field. New pitcher on the hill for Strasburg. It's Jackson Holcher, 6'3" junior out of Ashburn, Virginia. So we already mentioned Ashburn. Maybe that's the reason the Little League team is here. Holcher pitching to a 2.70 ERA this season. 4 games, 1 start, 1-0 record. Pitched 10 innings. He struck out 11. He has walked 9. Only allowed 4 hits. His last outing came against Front Royal back on June 11th, so he's well rested. 2 1/3 innings pitched, 1 run. It was earned. 3 hits allowed, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts in that contest for Jackson Holcher.
Bringing in Holcher, like you mentioned, well rested. Probably looking for a little bit of length from him. He's pitched at least 2 innings in each of his games. One of those was a start, but does come in relief, trying to give the Express a little bit of length on their shortened starting pitch from Gavin Kendall.
Holcher, previously at Richard Bland College, has spent 2 years there. Went to Broad Run High School, one of the original 4 high schools here in Loudoun County. Pitched 53 innings for Richard Bland this season, 13 appearances, 11 starts, 4-5 record for Holcher as he pitched to a 6.11 ERA. struck out 47, walked 34. 41 runs, 36 of those earned. So Holcher will go to work as Carlos Sanchez at the dish with 2 men on and nobody out as the Cannons look to break the ice. The big righty comes set and delivers. That'll miss outside for ball 1. Yeah, looking in the Valley statistics site, there's no college for Holcher as that's fouled back. And, of course, in our program we have, it's undecided. So, but that's the beauty of the internet, Tristan, is that you can look all this stuff up.
Internet, such a big help with everything now. Now people can't live without it.
Different age for broadcasters with the internet. Here's the 1-1 as that is swung on and missed as that one tied up Sanchez. Kind of taps himself on the helmet, not happy with that swing.
Oh, I couldn't even imagine doing it, you know, back when John Madden was doing it, or you had to get everything off just wherever they found it. I don't even know.
Obviously have to meet with a lot of coaches back in the day to get your info. 1-2 pitch. That's a swing and a miss for strike 3. So big first out for Holcher on the strikeout. Second of the game for Sanchez.
Obviously, though, talking to coaches, players before games, still a huge help. You can get insight from there that you can't get off the internet.
Here's Thomas Marsala. Marsala first time up, grounded out to second base as he will foul this one off on a check swing. Marsala on that ground out, a productive one as he was able to move Fernandez over to third base before Ramirez grounded out to end the inning. Holcher delivers as that's fouled off, and Marsala quickly down 0-2.
Just see he was a little late on deciding on that one. You can see it coming as the bat came around.
Holcher comes set. He'll deliver the 0-2, and that'll miss high and away as Marsala lays off.
Couple of bluff steals for the Cannons out there on the field with Correa Valentin on second and Anthony Fernandez on first.
Marsala out of Western Kentucky. He will swing and foul this one off. So trying to stay on it. This year in college, Thomas hit .283, 4 homers, 29 RBI. 10 walks and 30 strikeouts. Also spent time at Hines Community College and Baton Rouge Community College. 6'3", 204-pound junior, listed as a utility man, has played mostly first base for the Cannons so far this year. Holcher's 1-2. That'll get to the backstop, and both runners will move up into scoring position. So a ball there, now a 2-2 count. This changes the calculus a bit. Marsala can get one into the air, into the outfield. Likely, Cannons will tie it up.
Valentin playing games with Griffith back behind the plate the entire time as he's been threatening to steal since Marsala came to the plate, been jumping around trying to get Griffith off his game, and it worked right there.
Holcher delivers as Marsala puts it out of the outfield. This one is going to drop in, coming home, and not a very strong throw as Valentin will score as Beaver came up, and I think he wasn't expecting Valentin to hold as close to the bag as he did, kind of lobbed one in, and Correa able to coast on home as Fernandez was on his horse. He was almost to third base by the time that Valentin came homeward, but that is an RBI single, and we're tied up. Marsala breaks the ice. It's now 1-1 Express in the Cannons as here comes Manny Ramirez Jr. Runner goes as Manny fouls it off the other way. That goes off the light pole and bounces back into play.
Ramirez grounded out to short his first time up to end the first inning.
So I'll say this. Of course, we said Manny's with us today. During my career calling Georgetown games, Gary Sheffield's son hit a home run. So let's see if we can get the luck still going here. It's worth a shot. Here's the 0-1 as Manny takes for a strike.
Sheffield in the press box with you? While that
No,
happened?
he was in the stands. He was in the stands, but he was there. He was there that day, so. Here comes the 0-2. Runner goes. Manny takes high, throw down, and Marsala's going to be out at second base. So Cannon's trying to get two runners in scoring position. Marsala thrown out for out number 2.
Yeah, just good play by Griffith there. He was there with plenty of time to lay down the tag. Good throw right on the line, and there was just no chance for Marsala to get in there. He did try to get that swim move off, just wasn't able to execute.
So Fernandez still at third base, but now 2 outs, 1-2 count. As Ramirez hits it the other way, this one going back, and this one is off the wall. The run comes in as a good 2-strike approach by Manny Ramirez Jr. has put the Cannons on top. It's now Purcellville 2, Strasburg 1.
Well, I thought we had that same luck right there. That one was lined out, hit just below the yellow part of the fence there, and bounced off. Went out there so fast that Manny couldn't even round first. He had to hold up there before he got tagged out at second. But brings in another run, and now Cannon's up 2-1.
He's going to be very happy with that at bat, as that is in for a strike to Prado. So 0-1. As Prado hit one to right center, going back and making the catch in the gap is Castillo for out number 3. But the Cannons put 2 on the board as Marsala with the RBI single, followed by Ramirez and his RBI single. Purcellville leads it 2-1. We've played 3 here at Fireman's Field. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strait. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. Cannons now with the lead as they're up on Strasburg 2-1 as we head to the top of the 4th inning. Ryan Rushing still on the hill. Jeremy Hubert, Tristan Kunik here with you.
There is some action in the bullpen for the Cannons, as, like I mentioned earlier, GM Ridge Fuller saying may only see 4 or 5 innings out of Rushing. So we'll see what happens here with him, how far they let him go.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a tightrope walk for Rushing so far. So they can get him out with the lead. That would be nice, as he'll miss to Cole Griffith, catcher for Strasburg. Griffith, Anderson, and Mosley 7, 8, 9 here in the top of the fourth inning. That's at the knees for strike one.
Out with the lead, and we'll see how much of a rope they give him with the jams he's gotten himself into, but also has gotten himself out of. So he's had a lot of traffic on the base paths, but he's been able to get out of them for the most part, only giving up one run in the first, which was that home run to eBay.
1-1. That'll miss outside. Count goes to 2-1. Griffith out of Sarasota, Florida. That is the Orioles' spring training home. Currently at Georgia State, previously at Winthrop and Polk State. Winthrop in South Carolina. 2-1. That'll miss outside, so count goes to 3-1 as Anderson on deck.
Griffith grounded out to third earlier in the game in the second inning.
Here's the pitch. That is in there for a strike. So count at 3-2 with nobody out here in the top of the fourth inning. Sun has set enough. It's no longer on the field. Getting some sunlight on the big oak trees out and left and right. Payoff pitch, that is swung on and missed for strike three as Griffith goes down swinging. That'll be the 5th K of the ball game for rushing and one out here in the top of the fourth.
Don't be fooled, though. Still nice and warm out there.
Yeah. We talked about it last night. I went down to sit with some friends of mine and let you handle things solo. Did a great job. But as Anderson comes up, and he'll take low for a ball. But going from this booth, where the air conditioning works great, we got a little kind of cracks in our windows just to get a little bit of the ambiance out there. But to go down there basically took about 5 minutes, and I was soaked. 1-0 pitch. That's ripped up the middle. That's going to be a base hit. Played on a couple of hops by White. So Anderson found one he liked early and slugged it for a single.
Yeah, earlier I walked outside my house for about 2 minutes, and I was immediately sweating.
Honestly, it felt like a little bit better today, which I know wasn't the case, but it just felt like today you could be out a little longer without immediately sweating, where yesterday it was, okay, this is bad. But again, who knows? Maybe I'm just fooling myself. Pitch will miss inside to Mosley. For ball one, Mosley first time up, walked, as he was the second man on base when eBay struck out to end the second.
Having the weather like this makes me wonder how when I was younger I was able to be out all day in the summer.
That's in for a strike. Yeah, definitely. You kind of reminisce about that, how you got through summertime practice, all those type of things.
Especially in August,
yeah.
When football started, you have all those pads on.
Mosley at Ole Miss. 1-1. And a big swing and a miss for strike two. Mosley from Trussville, Alabama. Played both baseball and football. Did not play for the Rebels this year. 1-2. That's hit the other way. That's going to fall in for a base hit. So back-to-back singles as Fernandez goes down on a knee to field it. So Strasburg trying to rally here after losing the lead. Rushing's giving up back-to-back base knocks.
This is where you're starting to see Fuller kind of look around. Looks like he may be coming out to the mound. Standing at the top of the dugout, and here he comes.
So with eBay coming up, Brett Fuller going to call to the bullpen. We'll tell you who he brings in after this. Cannon's up 2-1, but the Express with 2 men on and only 1 out here in the top of the fourth inning. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company, Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cars, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Loughton Construction, Fairfax Coin and Collectibles Exchange, West Trail Wellness and Massage, Norbo Dental, Loudon Lumber, Loudon Valley Floors, Hartley Home Exteriors, Altus Consulting, Shenandoah Sluggers Baseball Club, Keeping It Real Real Estate Team, Shanti Aesthetics, Morningside House, South Fork Dentistry. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. Welcome back as Luke Prohl is in for the Cannons. The right-hander out of Chantilly, Virginia, junior, for part of the Marshall Thundering Herd. Prohl on the campaign, pitching to a 5.19 ERA in 6 games in his Valley season, 1-0 record. 8 2/3 innings pitched, 12 strikeouts to 3 walks, 9 hits allowed. Luke's last outing, a clean one against Stanton in that 6-5 loss on Sunday. Prohl pitched an inning, allowed no runs, no hits, struck out 2 in that contest.
Prohl making 12 appearances at Marshall this year. 2 games started, 17.1 innings pitched. Pitched to a 3.63 ERA. Gave up 11 runs, 7 of them earned, walked 7, and struck out 22, which is something the Cannons want to see here. Gave up 2 home runs and a .268 opponent batting average.
So back to the top of the order for Strasburg as Josh Ebay, who had that leadoff homer, the deepest part of the ballpark, struck out to end the second. His next time up, big spot right here. Prohl delivers, breaking ball will miss for ball 1. Got a lot of folks fanning themselves out there. Some actually brought real fans. Some just using their programs to try and stay cool on a still hot evening here in Loudoun County. Here's the 1-0. That'll bounce. So count goes to 2-0 as things on eBay's side.
eBay getting into a hitter's count early, not something you want to see if you're Luke Prohl, especially coming in against one of the better hitters.
eBay with his 3rd home run of the season earlier, his 13th RBI. As he swings and misses for a strike. And again, looks like we might have issues with the signs, as this looks very similar to that pitching mound visit we saw earlier. And again, not a charged visit. Unlike these college guys with their college teams using some type of pitch comm device, they're not using that here in the Valley, so having to go back to the old school signs.
Keep it in mind, also got to use some more advanced signs too with a runner on second. Anderson on second, Mosley on first.
2-1, breaks in there for strike 2. eBay consults with Anthony Mayer behind the plate. Prohl comes set and delivers the 2-2, and that's in the dirt. So count goes 3-2 here in the top of the 4th inning. Purcellville leading it 2-1 after a pair in the bottom of the 3rd. Once Strasburg bidding to tie it up or worse if you're a Cannons fan. And eBay will call time. Looks like he got a bug in the eye. He'll fish it out of there and be ready to hit once again. Pro delivers the payoff pitch. That's going to be fouled off the leg of eBay, so he'll get another shot at it. Though I think, no, actually, he got him. He might have missed the guard, actually, from the looks of it. Well, he kind of got himself on the inside of the leg. That's where the guard is, but he might have actually either hit the guard or didn't hit it flush because he kind of limped around for a few seconds, but seemingly no worse for wear. Again, 3-2 pitch. That is swung on and missed for strike 3. Big strikeout there by Luke Prohl for out number 2.
Huge strikeout, makes everything go to first. Strikeout gets him out of the inning, gets him out of the jam, helping out his teammate Rushing, who got 2 on early after getting that strikeout.
Here comes number 2 hitter Brooks Henderson. Only 4 games, but came in hitting .467. Prohl's pitch swung on and missed for strike 1.
Brooks has walked twice and got caught stealing on that double play, the throw him out, strike him out, throw him out.
Henderson, another returning Express player, as that's going to miss. Now Henderson, his full name is Brooks Henderson IV. He's from Purcellville, Pennsylvania. He's committed to go to UMBC. Now, the funny part of that, I guess, is that with a name like Brooks in Baltimore, everyone thinks Brooks Robinson, obviously. Here's the 1-1. That is fouled off. Got a piece of that curveball. So, you have to wonder. But again, when you're from Pennsylvania, the way that things were back in the day, you would think always Phillies, Pirates, but there were a good kind of that central to lower Pennsylvania. A lot of Orioles fans there. So, who knows? Maybe they were fans of the human vacuum cleaner. Here's the 1-2. That is on the outside corner for strike 3. Henderson doesn't like it, but Anthony Mayer rings him up as Prohl comes on and gets out of the jam. Strasburg strands 2. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Cannons up 2-1 on the Express. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cars, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Loughton Construction, Fairfax Coin and Collectibles Exchange, West Trail Wellness and Massage, Norbo Dental, Loudon Lumber, Loudon Valley Floors, Hartley Home Exteriors, Altus Consulting, Shenandoah Sluggers Baseball Club, Keeping It Real Real Estate Team, Shanti Aesthetics, Morningside House, South Fork Dentistry. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. Welcome back to Fireman's Field as the Cannons up on Strasburg 2-1 as Jackson Holcher remains on the hill for the Express. As it'll be Kono, Goitia, and White, 6, 7, 8 for Purcellville.
Kono grounded out to second his last time up.
Kono coming into this one hitting .261. Strasburg playing as he shows bunt, pulls back, and appeal down to third base to Homer Gowett. No swing. And it's just about to say it. Jones playing pretty much even with the bag, but now back. Again, that was one of Kono's great skills last year, was that bunting ability. Again shows, again pulls it back and takes a ball.
Done it a couple times this season, laying it down that third base line where he can take advantage of the thicker grass on the infield.
Yeah, he was magic with that bunt last year. Came up in so many big spots. Just shook up defenses with it. 2-0, and that's going to be fouled off. So Kono will head back.
Looking to keep his streak going as he's starting to pick back up. 3-game hitting streak. 2 hits against the Braves on Sunday. Had a hit last night.
Here comes your 2-1, except for the fact that Holcher steps off. So 2-1 pitch. That'll miss outside, so the count goes to 3-1 with Goitia on deck. That will miss and get to the backstop as Kono takes his time getting off his guards and heads down to first with a leadoff walk.
Now batting, at catcher number 6, A.J. Goitia.
Runner goes, throw down. Kono will be in under the tag. And finally a safe call given as Ski slid under the attempted tag by Henderson. They exchanged some words.
It's the 8th steal of the season for Ski Kono, league lead. I do have to say, though, the catcher for the Express, Cole Griffith, is giving every single one of the runners a challenge getting to the bag.
0-1. That's fouled back by Goitia, so he's quickly in a hole. Goitia, as Tristan mentioned, started his college career at Miami. He's now headed to Texas Tech with a JUCO year in between. He awaits the 0-2 pitch right now, just trying to put a ball in play as he'll take time out. Looks like he might have got a bug in the eye, too. That's the one good thing about Kono stealing that base is the fact that if you're Goitia, frees you up a little bit. You know, ground ball to second base moves the runner now. Before it might be a double play. So let's see what he can do.
We'll see if Ski Kono goes again as he's jumping around over there at second. He's also got the advantage of the right-handed batter, something that many Cannons runners don't get to take advantage of.
Breaking ball in for strike 3 as Goitia couldn't get the bat off the shoulder. He'll go down as a strikeout victim for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 4th. Second strikeout for Holcher. Here's Kobe White, first time up. Kobe flied out to center field. Kobe shows bunt, pulls it back, and takes ball 1.
Kobe White brought in often to pinch run with some speed. Been in 9 games, 10th game of the season.
Here's the 1-0. Again, White shows bunt. This time offers. Does not like the call by Mayer. But that'll even up the count at 1-1. Kobe started, he's been a few places. Was at Stephen F. Austin, headed to LSU Shreveport, who just won the Division II championship with an undefeated season. Amazing. Here comes the 1-1, but stepping off.
Ski Kono making Holcher think a bit as he's bouncing around back there every time Holcher looks down to the plate.
That's in for a strike. And I want to go back and correct myself. They are in the NAIA. I think at one point they might have been Division II, but it changed. So, but they did finish their season with an undefeated. I think they were 59-0. So what a campaign for LSU Shreveport.
That is just crazy.
So White awaits the 1-2 as he'll take high. Evens up the count at 2-2 as Valentine on deck. Of course, Garay started off the rally in the third as he hit that leadoff double. Kono out at second base. 2-1, Cannons lead. As now White will take time out. The bugs are getting bad right now, folks. Because, you know, it's not bad enough outside already with the weather. 2-2. White off the end of the bat to stay alive. Now, again, if he's going to go to school in Louisiana, he's got to get used to it, you know.
Down there in the swamp area. Not as much as a swamp as Florida, but still swampy grounds down there. Kind of forgot bugs existed coming down from Penn State.
A long wait by Holcher. He delivers. White takes, and that is the guts of a burglar right there. That was a tough pitch to take, but ends up getting a ball. Count goes to 3-2.
That one just catching what looked like a little bit of the paint on the outside. Favorable call for Kobe White there. I'm sure he's happy about it. Holcher not too fond.
Runner goes. That's fouled back. So White fouls one off. Kono will head back to second base. Three-two count. One out. Cannons up 2-1 here in the bottom of the fourth. Here's the pitch as White takes, and this time he will not get the call. Kobe goes down looking for the second out of the inning, both via the looking strikeout.
Yeah, that ball just catching what looked like the same part of the plate as the last pitch. Like you mentioned, this time not called in his favor. He was not happy walking off the plate, but 2 outs for the Cannons nonetheless.
So Valentine coming up, trying to salvage a run after the leadoff walk by Kono and the almost immediate stolen base. That'll miss outside for ball one.
And it'll be interesting to see if he goes here again, seeing if he can take advantage of that righty batter. He tried to go last time with Kobe in the lefty batter's box.
Here's the 1-0. That'll be in for a strike. Now, normal baseball strategy, you say to yourself, we're not going to steal here because it really doesn't help us that much. Valentine gets a hit, you're going to score. But as we've seen in the Valley, so many wild pitches, if you're on third base, you got a chance to score pretty easily. So if you can get there, take the bag. 1-1 as Valentine fouls it back. Count goes to 1-2.
And he just hopped about halfway down to third base right there before getting back. Testing half of the Express defense back there.
Kono returning Cannon, so if anybody's got the green light, it's him. But right now at the plate, 1-2 count to Valentine. Runner goes, and he will hit it the other way. Could be a tough play. Throw over to first base, and in time, as this time the pitcher covers, Holcher gets there in time to get Valentine by a step. Cannons strand one. We've played 4. Purcellville up on Strasburg 2-1. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strait. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. Quick tour around the valley. Everything underway except for Stanton and Charlottesville postponed today. They moved that one back basically 6 days. Covington up on Harrisonburg 2-0 in the fourth. Culpeper leads Winchester 2-0 in the second. Waynesboro up on Front Royal 4-0 bottom of the first. No score for Newmarket and Woodstock in Woodstock. Well, that's going to wrap it up for me tonight. To take you through the rest of the night's broadcast is my partner, Tristan Kunick.
Thank you, Jeremy. Coming back, we're going to see Luke Prohl on the mound again for the Cannons as he finished out the last inning after Ryan Rushing put 2 on after striking out 1. Put the next 2 on via a base hit, but Prohl came in, struck out the next 2, and ended the inning for the Cannons. So he will be back, and he will be facing Topher Jones to lead off. Topher struck out in his first at-bat and reached on a fielder's choice in the second one. And he'll swing through the first pitch for a strike. Jones, one of the bigger offensive threats for the Express, is they're just full of them over there in Strasburg. Prohl delivers and gets it across for another strike, so 0-2 for Prohl. Come in, pitching very good in relief. That one delivered high for a ball, so the count will run to 1-2. Cannons lead 2-1. Those 2 runs coming in the third inning. Express only run coming in with Josh Ebay's solo leadoff home run. And this one will hit Topher Jones on the backside. So he will walk to first, and Luke Prohl will see Tanner Hardin next. That one seemed to have just gotten away from Prohl as that one was not even close to coming across the plate. Topher could have turned in, and it still would have hit him. So runner on first for the Express. Tanner Hardin stepping to the plate. He's been on twice. Still yet to reach an official at-bat as Prohl checks on Jones over on first. But Jones will get back easily. Hardin walked in his first at-bat, and he was hit by a pitch and then stole a base in his second. Jones, small lead off first, and Prohl delivers, catches the bottom part of the plate for strike 1. Cannon's doing a very good job of controlling the trouble on the base paths, not just in this game, but a lot this season, as Goitia throws behind Jones, but he'll get back in time. Pitch went down as a ball, I believe. 0-2, actually. So count will go 0-2 in favor of Prohl. Prohl delivers, and Hardin will swing through that one and miss. So swinging strikeout for Prohl there against Hardin. And that will bring up Castillo to the plate.
Number 3, Eduardo
Castillo making his third appearance of the night. Struck out in his first appearance and lined out to center in his second appearance. And that one will be bounced in, and Jones will go, but Goitia can't get the ball in time. So Jones will make it safely to second. Ball bounced in front of Castillo, and Goitia couldn't pick it up on the jump to be able to get the ball down to second. Pearl checks back on Jones, and he'll deliver. Castillo will take that one inside for ball two. Pearl out of Chantilly, local kid, at Marshall with another Cannon, Bauer Burkhart from Leesburg. Two local kids playing here in Purcellville as Castillo drills that one through the gap over between third and short, and Anthony Fernandez will get the ball back in and hold all the express runners where they're at. So a base hit for Castillo, the first of the night for him. He'll get to first, and he'll advance Topher Jones over to third, and Express on the corners. And that will bring up Landon Beaver. Beaver struck out in his first at-bat in the second inning, and he popped out to short in foul territory where Sanchez made a good catch on the fence. And Pearl now trying to get out of this jam with the tying run 90 feet away for the Express. And he'll deliver a strike there to Beaver for an 0-1 count. Both teams with 4 hits. Cannons do have an error, that error from Ski Kono earlier in the second inning. And Ski Kono will get a chance to relieve himself as they can turn two there, and they will. Ski Kono over to Valentine and over to Marsala for the double play, and that will end the inning for the Cannons. And we will be back here for the bottom of the 5th.
The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity and Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strait. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Welcome back to Fireman's Field. Holcher remains on the mound for the Express, so he will be going into his third inning of work. He came in for relief of Gavin Kindell in the third inning. Came in and recorded the final 2 outs for the Express in that third. Got himself into a bit of a jam. Did allow 2 runs to cross, but Kindell was responsible for those runners. So Holcher will face the top of the lineup. Anthony Fernandez first, Carlos Sanchez on deck, and Thomas Marsala in the hole, with Manny Ramirez to follow if they get there to clean it all up. And Fernandez will watch that first pitch go low for a ball. Fernandez seeing Holcher for the first time tonight. Last batter to see Holcher for the first time as he takes that one, catches the inside part of the plate for strike one. Fernandez trying to dodge out of the way, but Anthony Mayer said it caught the plate anyway. Holcher delivers, and Fernandez will take that one high for a ball. Count goes to 2-1. Cannons lead 2-1 here in the bottom of the fifth, looking to add some cushion for them as they look to exact revenge on the Express from their 11-1 loss back on June 3rd. And Anthony Fernandez will foul that one behind him, producing a lot more offense in this game than they were able to do in the last game. In their last game, Cannons struck out 11 times, only had 2 hits on the day. Their singular run coming from a sac fly by Ethan Acevedo, who's not playing tonight. Hottest hitter for the Cannons right now, as that one will go outside, but good catch there by Griffith behind the plate. As I was saying, Ethan Acevedo, hottest hitter for the Cannons right now. Played last night, not playing tonight. As I was saying earlier, I'm sure you're going to see some jumbled up lineups for the Cannons coming up with plenty of games in a row as Fernandez fouls that one to the left field side. Way out of play down near the parking lot. Cannons already on their 5th game in a row with all these rainouts. And if everything stands with weather permitting, they won't get another day off until July 4th for the holiday. Anthony Fernandez had a single in the first as he lines this one to center, and that'll drop in for a base hit, so Fernandez will make it 2 hits on the day, 2 singles, and that will bring up Carlos Sanchez to the plate. Carlos Sanchez only got to face his teammate one time, and Gavin Kendall, his teammate down at Florida Southwest State, got the best of him, striking him out. He's seen Holcher once. Holcher struck him out too. So Sanchez trying to exact a little bit of revenge here with a runner on first, and he will take the first pitch inside. Count will go to 1-0. Sanchez, a big part of Florida Southwest State, down as they won their first division title as he fouls that one off. Fernandez was trying to steal, but he will jog back to first after getting some cardio on that foul ball. Anthony Fernandez on the season has only missed 1 game as Carlos Sanchez will send that one to the middle, and Express will get the double play as Henderson does it all himself, picks it up, tags the bag, and will throw it over to first for the double play. So Holcher able to get the best of Sanchez there. And that will bring up Thomas Marsala. Marsala hit a home run last night, a deep one into right field, right off the scoreboard, as he takes the first pitch for a ball. He grounded out to second earlier in the game. Then he had an RBI single in the third, but was caught stealing, trying to advance into scoring position for Manny Ramirez, but was unable to do so successfully. And he'll swing at this one, and that'll go to Henderson again. And Henderson will make the throw, and that'll be 3 up, 3 down for the Cannons. And that'll bring up the 6th inning back here when we get here at Fireman's Field.
The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity and Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strait. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Hello and welcome back to Fireman's Field. Luke Prohl remains on the mound for the Cannons coming into his third inning of work as he replaced Ryan Rushing. He will see Cole Griffith, Jack Anderson, and Brett Mosley, the 7, 8, 9 hole hitters for the Express, as he goes on to finish up his warm-up pitches. Cole Griffith coming to the plate first, playing catcher tonight for the Express. Grounded out to third in his first at-bat. Then he struck out in his second at-bat. He was the last victim of Ryan Rushing. Ryan Rushing struck him out before allowing 2 base hits and then removed from the mound in favor of Luke Prohl. Ryan Rushing with a solid outing tonight. 3.1 innings pitched, 1 earned run, just that home run from eBay in the first. 3 hits, 5 strikeouts, 4 walks, and did hit 1 batter. But it was said, as Prohl delivers outside, it was said Rushing would have a limited outing as they're trying to save his arm a little with having not thrown too much. They don't want to just throw him into the wolves and have him play badly, so they're trying to work him into the season as Griffith will foul that one off. Count will go to 1-1. Express looking to tie this game back up at 2. Top of the 6th here. Prohl will round out the order if he makes it through this inning, seeing everyone. Prohl delivers, and Griffith swings at a high fastball, but can't make contact. So count will run to 1-2. That one just off the outside of the plate for ball 2. Prohl with a 5.19 ERA so far this season. Most he's pitched is 3 innings. He's through 1.2 so far. As he strikes out Griffith looking. Griffith can't get the bat off his shoulder. So make that 2 full innings for him now. As I was saying, though, most he's seen is 3 innings where he got the win against the Harrisonburg Turks. Pitched 3 innings in that one back on June 4th. Only gave up 1 hit, walked 1, struck out 4 against 11 batters. He'll see Jack Anderson now. As Jack Anderson lines that one into right field, that one looks like it's going to drop fair, and it will. Anderson rounds first. Prado having trouble finding it, and he throws it in. Anderson's going to third. Nobody there to back up the throw, so Anderson will make it with a standing triple. And the Express with the tying run just 90 feet away, as Anderson was able to poke that one the opposite way. and it went all the way down to the corner, right on the foul line under the pole. Prado couldn't field it cleanly down there under the trees, a little shaded area. And Anderson just kept on running. Was able to make it to third, easily standing. So that will bring up Brett Mosley playing center field tonight. Looking to knock in and tie up the game. Looking to knock in Anderson. Brett Mosley, 1 for 1 tonight. Walked in his first at bat as he takes that first one inside and low for ball 1. Walked his first time tonight. Had a single in his second outing. Last batter here to see Prohl for the first time. Any base hit here advances Anderson. Infield playing up, looking to possibly get the out at home, depending on where the baseball goes as he swings through a high fastball there for strike 1. Anything into the outfield will obviously score Anderson. Depending on a ground ball, could score Anderson. Like I said, infield playing up, though, trying to avoid that, keep the game at a 1-run game. Cannons trying to hold on to that 1-run lead, something they've struggled with this season, as he will poke that one down the right field line, but trickles foul. As I mentioned last night, Cannons with 5 1-run losses, able to switch those around to 1-run wins, and they're second in the division in front of the Strasburg Express. But turned out losses, so 7-9 on the season. Looking to get back to 500, stay in the winning column after their win last night. Still 3 games back of the Winchester Royals in 4th place. Strasburg sitting pretty in the 2nd place. Mosley swings and pops that one high, but it's falling back foul, and it'll reach there. So we'll see the 1-2 again. Express 11-5 on the season, 1.5 games back of the lead. When they win their last night, 2 nights ago on Sunday night, they put up 12 runs in the first 3 innings, as he will take that ball inside for ball 2. Scored 12 runs in the first 3 innings. Made that game pretty unreachable early. Harrisonburg did give a little bit of a comeback, gave a little bit of effort toward the back end. Made the game a 5-run game after being down 13-1 early, but able to put back together 7. As he again will take that one. Oh, actually, he will take that one off the foot. So Prohl will hit Mosley, and he'll walk to first on that 2-2 count, and that'll bring up Josh eBay.
Number 22.
Josh eBay, of course, with that home run down to the left field power alley, just to the right of the 388 sign. eBay struck out his other 2 times at the plate, and he will take a strike there on the outside part of the plate. Struck out swinging in his last at-bat against Prohl. Struck out looking against Ryan Rushing in the 2nd inning. And now trying to do some damage here, as he'll take that one off the bottom part of the zone for strike 2. Now quickly down 0-2. Mosley on first, Jack Anderson on third after his triple. Prohl looking to get out of this inning with no damage. Best case scenario for the Cannons, as runner goes, and he will be there standing as Goitia couldn't catch the ball cleanly off the pitch. So double play now no longer in order for the Cannons. which hurts for Pearl. So infield will move up to, again, try to limit the scoring here. So Mosley now at second, taking a big lead, looking to score with a base hit into the outfield. And eBay will take that one high for a ball. Count will run to 2-2. Prohl stares down and he delivers outside and low for ball 3, and that will run the count full. eBay able to get the count back to his favor after being down 0-2. And Pearl sets up for the payoff pitch. He delivers, and eBay cannot believe it, can't take the bat off his shoulder, but Pearl catches the bottom part of the zone for strike 3, and a huge strikeout for Pearl there, as a ground ball could have scored Anderson, and now gives himself a chance to get out of the inning with no damage. So Brooks Henderson comes up. He walked in his first 2 at-bats. He was caught stealing in the first. He got out on a fielder's choice in the third. Then he struck out looking in the fourth. And he swings here at the first pitch for a strike. Pearl trying to strike him out for the second time tonight. Get himself out of the inning. Infield back to regular depth. And he'll swing through that one for strike 2. And Pearl now just 1 strike away from getting himself out of the inning after Anderson's triple. And we will see if he comes back out for the 7th, as there's still no action in the Purcellville bullpen, so they're trusting him to get out of here. And he will strike out Brooks Henderson, gets himself out of the jam after giving up the triple, and gives the Cannons offense the chance to get back to the plate. We will see you back here for the bottom of the 6th inning.
The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strait. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Hello and welcome back to Fireman's Field. Cannons come back to the plate in the bottom of the 6th, looking to add cushion onto their 1-run lead as they lead 2-1. Both teams with 5 hits. Cannons do have 1 error, and the Express bring a new pitcher to the mound. Number 50, Mitchell Dean. Mitchell Dean this season not off to too great of a start. He's 0-1 on the season with a 15 flat ERA in 4 games. He's only pitched 3 innings in those games. He struck out 2 and walked 3, giving up 5 hits. Big 6'7", 245 lefty out of Russiaville, Indiana. in his last outing against the Charlottesville Tom Sox. He pitched 1 inning, gave up 1 run. It was earned. He gave up 2 hits, walked none, struck out 1, and faced 6 batters. Only game where he did not record an official inning was June 1st against the Stanton Braves, and he will face Manny Ramirez first. And he will pitch that one outside for a ball as it bounces off the backstop back into Griffith's hand. It actually looks like there's a new catcher behind the plate as that one again misses for a ball. Trying to see the number through the as that one misses high. And it's number 19, Jacob Payne from Toledo. As I was saying though, Mitchell Dean, as he delivers that one into the strike zone. That'll run the count to 3-1. He took the loss against the Stanton Braves on June 1st, where he gave up 4 earned runs, and he will walk Manny Ramirez here. Gave up 4 earned runs, 1 hit, walked 2. He faced 4 batters, so every batter he faced came across to score. And Gerardo Prado will step to the plate. Prado 0 for 2 tonight. He struck out looking, and he lined out to right field in the 3rd. Gerardo Prado, the big center fielder, playing right field tonight. Mitchell Dean delivers, and that'll go right across the middle of the plate for strike 1. Manny Ramirez over on first. And that one will just catch the outside part of the plate. Off-speed pitch, strike 2. Gerardo Prado calls time as he's not too happy with that call and just trying to gather his thoughts. Ramirez, not too much of a threat on the base paths. Hasn't stolen a base, but also hasn't attempted to steal a base. Hasn't had many opportunities here, only in his 5th game, as he came in late. Took some time to go to the MLB Combine as Prado watches that one go low for a ball. Ramirez gave a thought about trying to take second, but decided with his better judgment to stay back. Count 1-2. Dean stands in, and he delivers outside for ball 2. Prado with a home run this season, 3 RBIs on the season. In his 11th game, he did not play last night. And he'll swing at that one and foul tips it, but it'll be strike 3 as Payne will catch it.
Second baseman, number 2, Ski Kono.
That'll bring up Ski Kono in the 6th hole tonight. Ski Kono grounded out to second his first time up, and he walked in his 2nd time before he stole a base. And Dean will check on Ramirez over on first, and Ramirez will be back in time. Kono stole a base, trying to get in scoring position, but as he shows bunt, and they throw behind Ramirez, but not in time as Ramirez gets back standing. So count to 1-0 as he takes that one high for a ball before they threw that one down to first. And Dean will check on Ramirez again. Keep in mind, no rules on the amount of times they can throw over to first. in the Valley League. They don't play that in college. Valley League with the NCAA rules, trying to give these players what they'll see, as Ski Kono will watch that one catch the bottom outside part of the plate for strike one. Dean, the big lefty, staring down Ramirez, and he delivers. Kono shows bunt again, but takes low. Payne again threatens to throw down to first, and Ramirez gets back quickly. So count will run to 2-1. Ski Kono, a returner for the Cannons, as they call him the catalyst for the team. And that one will miss outside for ball 3. Kono last year with the Cannons played 30 games, hit .240, 4 doubles. Didn't have a home run, but he did bring 10 across the plate. He walked 20 times and stole 16 bases. He was caught 4 times as he shows bunt again, but he'll take and walk to first. Ramirez will move to second, and Mitchell Dean will see A.J. Goitia. And Mitchell Dean will have a talk with his catcher. His catcher trying to get him back in the game.
Now batting catcher number 6, A.J. Goitia.
A.J. Goitia tonight. He walked in his first at-bat, struck out in his second. Now he's to the plate with 2 Cannons on and 1 out. And he'll watch that one hit the outside part of the plate for strike 1. Jackson Holcher finished with 3 innings pitched. 2 runs, but Kindell was responsible for him. Gave up 3 hits, but he also struck out 3 and he walked 1. Solid night for Kindell, as Goitia will watch that one go low and away for ball 1. Count goes to 1-1. They got what they needed out of him. Kindell didn't have a very long outing, as he was done after 2 officially. Came out in the 3rd, though, as it looked like he rolled his ankle in his warm-up pitches in the start of the 3rd. Dean delivers and hits Goitia. 88-mile-an-hour fastball off the hip, so he'll walk down to first, and that'll load the bases for the Cannons. And again, Payne will go over to talk to Dean and try to see what's going on, and they'll bring out their pitching coach too. There is a little bit of action over in the Express bullpen, but does not look like they're calling to him yet. They're going to rely on Dean to try to get him out of this jam. Bases are loaded with Kobe White coming to the plate. Kobe Frozone White. Manny Ramirez is on 3rd, Ski Kono on 2nd, and A.J. Goitia on 1st. Walking just fine after taking that fastball to the hip. That'll leave a nice bruise in the morning, though. Kobe White comes to the plate. He popped out to center in his first at-bat in the 2nd inning and struck out looking in his 2nd at-bat. Coming up for his 3rd plate appearance, Kobe White played with Woodstock last season. And that one will catch the zone for strike 1. Kobe White last season with Woodstock played 33 games, batted .247 as Kobe shows bunt. And that one will miss. So Manny Ramirez coming to the plate, no throw, and Manny Ramirez will score. Ski Kono rounded 3rd like he was going to come, but He ended up holding up, so runners will advance on the wild pitch. Manny Ramirez will score to make the score 3-1 in favor of the Cannons. Ski Kono will be on third, and AJ Goitia will be over on second. And we'll see if Kobe White shows bunt again on a 1-1 count with another runner 90 feet away, and he does, but he pulls back. That one goes low, so they're telling him to hold as both runners bounce back to their bags. Count will run to 2-1. Kobe White, .455 on base percentage, .247 slugging for a .703 OPS last season. He brought 9 across the plate. He walked 23 times and stole 3 bases and was caught 5 times, or stole 3 out of 5 times. And they call him on swinging on that one as he tried to duck his face out of the way, so that'll run the count to 2-2. As he tried to hold back, but as he held back, moved his face and moved his body forward, so they say he crossed, and they call it a strike. Goitia, big lead off second, and Kobe will watch that one go outside for a full count now. Payoff pitch here for Dean. One out on the board, Kono hopping towards home. Dean delivers, and that one called on the outside part of the plate for strike 3. So Kobe White will go down looking. That'll be 2 outs for the Cannons. And that'll bring up Cara Valentine.
Shortstop, number 22, Hooray Valentine.
Corey Valentine earlier tonight hit a double and he scored. Hit that long double out to left field over Beaver's head. And Dean will step off. On that double, he came around to score as Marsala drove him in with an RBI. And that one will miss outside and go off the backstop, but it was fast enough that it bounced back to Payne, and it'll hold Ski Kono on third. Corey Valentine grounded out to first, where they tossed the ball over to the pitcher to record the ground out to end the 4th inning. He's looking to drive in another run, give Cannons a little bit more of a cushion here. And that one will catch the outside part of the plate, take the count to 1-1. Corey Valentine, a relatively new player for the Cannons, only in his 4th game, as he swings at that one and fouls it back to the right field side. In his 4th game, got his first hit of the season. That double earlier being recorded as his first hit and his first 2 bases of the season. Long look down from Dean, and he'll deliver, and he'll watch that one go outside as the count will now run to 2-2. Corey Valentine giving a little draw in the dirt, as he does after every pitch. Part of his routine. And he'll swing at that one and miss. So Dean gets out of the jam with only 1 run, keeps the score 3-1 as the Express look to come on and bring the score closer. And that'll be it for the 6th inning, and we will be back here for the 7th.
The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinia and Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strength. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Hello and welcome back to Fireman's Field here in Purcellville, Virginia. Luke Prohl will return to the mound for his third inning of work. Came in relief after one out from Ryan Rushing in the fourth inning. He finished up those 2 outs in the fourth. Then he worked through the fifth and sixth himself. And he will look to work through the seventh here and keep the 2-run lead that the Cannons have right now. Does look like the Cannons have some action in their bullpen just in case, though. But he will face Topher Jones for the second time tonight. Topher Jones officially 0 for 2 in his 3 at-bats. And he will take that one on the inside part of the plate for strike 1. He struck out in his first at-bat. He reached on a fielder's choice in his second at-bat. And then he was hit by a pitch last time he saw Prohl before he stole second on a wild pitch. And he'll check swing that one, but it'll catch the bottom part of the zone for a strike nonetheless. And that'll be an 0-2 count for Luke Prohl against the dangerous Topher Jones. So, excuse me, Topher Jones got to second on a wild pitch and didn't steal it. And he'll take that one outside for a ball. Then he got to third on Eddie Castillo's single before Luke Prohl was able to get out of it with a 4-6-3 double play in the fifth inning. And he'll swing through that one, but he'll foul it off over to the just above the Strasburg dugout over on the left field side. Stand's starting to empty out a bit as it gets a little bit later. Parents preparing for work in the morrow. Prohl delivers. Topher Jones will swing through and miss. So that'll be strike 3, and that'll be the first out recorded of the inning. Luke Prohl with his 7th strikeout of the night. Getting some length here out of Prohl, which will work wonders for the Cannons as he gets Tanner Hardin to swing at that one and miss. Hardin coming up officially 0 for 1. He walked in his first at-bat. He was also hit by a pitch. But last time he saw Luke Prohl, he struck out. Now was at his third at-bat, making his 4th plate appearance of the night. And he'll watch that one go low for ball 1. Tanner Hardin, shortstop for the Express, wearing number 9. Repping the purple bat that matches the Strasburg Express colors, purple and black. That one will bend just a bit outside for ball 2. Off-speed pitch. Hardin will pop that one out to right field, but Fernandez will be there, and he'll make the catch, and that will be the second out of the inning. So Luke Prohl doing good business here in the 7th inning for the Cannons, as he puts away 2 quickly. That'll bring up Eddie Castillo to the plate. He struck out in his first at-bat, lined out to center in his second, and got that single in the 5th inning. And he will face Luke Prohl again as he watches the first ball go outside for ball 1. Castillo on the season, batting .407 coming into this one in 8 games. 4 doubles and 3 home runs. As that one will catch the outside part of the plate for strike 1. 5'9" junior out of New Orleans. University of New Orleans, that is, from Tallahassee, Florida. And he'll watch this one go high and away for ball 2. He's walked 9 times, drove in 7 this season. Those 3 home runs also tied for 6th in the VBL. It's a very potent Strasburg offense, as that one catches the zone, bottom part of the zone for strike 2. And that one will be just a bit outside, and that'll run the count full. Strasburg leading the league in runs, 2nd in the league in hits. And leading the league in home runs by a wide margin as Eddie Castillo pops that one up on the infield. Marsala runs in, but he can't get it, so Castillo will get to first with an infield hit. Marsala overran it. The ball drops just behind him, and Eddie Castillo will jog to first easily. And that was the play that the Cannons needed to get out of the inning. So Prohl will see Lane and Beaver are actually scoring that one in error on Marsala. Eddie Castillo, small lead off of first. Landon Beaver tonight. As he swings at that first pitch, Marsala will go over and he will redeem himself as he makes the unassisted ground out over there on first. And that will end the inning for the Express. And we will see the Cannons offense again. Don't go anywhere. Good baseball coming up as we go to the bottom of the 7th.
The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contractor, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strait. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Hello and welcome back to Fireman's Field. New pitcher on the mound for the Express as Mitchell Dean's night is done after 1 inning. New pitcher to the mound for the Express is number 13, Dawson Coe out of Georgia Southern. Lefty. this season, he is at a 9 even ERA after 5 appearances. He's 1-1 on the season. Five games, 6 innings pitched, 12 strikeouts, 8 walks, and 5 hits given up. In his last outing on June 21st, just 3 days ago, he pitched 2 innings against the River Bandits in their 12-5 loss. Gave up 3 runs, only one of them earned. Gave up 1 hit and walked 2, struck out 3 against 12 batters. And he will see the top of the lineup for the Cannons. Anthony Fernandez, Carlos Sanchez to follow, and Thomas Marsala in the hole. Anthony Fernandez looking to continue his great night as he is 2 for 2. He had a single in the first. He walked in the third and came around to score. And then he hit another single in the fifth, but was taken down by a double play. And he'll watch that first ball low. .61, 195 senior from Covington, Georgia. As Coach Brett Fuller will go over to third base in relief of Coach Ridge Fuller, and he'll miss high for ball 2. And Fernandez will pop that one foul to the left field side, left field stands.
Fans, we ask that you please return the foul ball to the merch tent. Please bring foul balls to the merch tent where you can trade it in for a Cannons baseball card. Thank you.
That one will miss inside and high for ball 3. So count will run to 3-1. Hitters count for Anthony Fernandez, and just the guy you want to see with a hitter's count. So he's hitting just under 300 on the season. 2 for 2 tonight. Looking to add to his impressive resume for the night. But he'll watch that one go right down the pipe for strike 2. And that'll run the count full. So Mitchell Dean's official night after this pitch is high for ball 4, and Anthony Fernandez will remain perfect as he walks for the second time tonight. And that will bring up Carlos Sanchez, who is 0 for 3, struck out twice, and he grounded out to second in the 5th inning. Mitchell Dean's night, 1 inning pitched, 1 earned run, 0 hits, struck out 3 as Sanchez swings through that one for strike 1. Struck out the side, he walked 1 and he hit 1, and he did have 1 wild pitch, which that pitch is the pitch that scored Manny Ramirez. Now Dawson Coe will see Carlos Sanchez for the first time. And he'll go high, and they throw behind Anthony Fernandez, but not in time. Fernandez gets back, sliding into first. Remember, Payne switched defensive substitution in for the Express behind the dish. Looks like everyone remains the same. Jack Anderson on first, Brooks Henderson on second. As Carlos Sanchez gets it under Topher Jones' glove, and that will be a base hit for the Cannons. Anthony Fernandez will advance to second, Sanchez to first, and the Cannons are in business with 2 runners on and 0 outs. And Thomas Marsala will come to the plate to the tune of Tom Sawyer. looking to do some damage like he did last night. Last night, Marsala hit a home run in the 8th, 2-run home run. Drove in him and Brookins. Tonight, he grounded out to second. He did have a base hit before he was caught stealing, RBI single. And he pops that one back as he shows bunt. And then he walked. Excuse me. Grounded out to second again. So he is 1 for 3 on the night. Hard hitter, hit a couple hard balls out towards the outfield fence, but wasn't able to get past it until last night for the first time. As Cannon's runners are jumping around, and Marsala will swing at that one on the outside part of the plate, and that will be an 0-2 count. Dawson Coe finally able to get a pitch in his favor, a batter in his favor, excuse me, as he's now up 0-2. Manny Ramirez is on deck. Gerardo Prado to follow if they get there. Coe looks down, and he delivers. And that one will be high. Good eye by Marsala there. 94. Looking to get him with the high heat, but Marsala stays still, and he will get the ball. Count will run to 1-2. Cannons lead 3-1. Looking to add some cushion here. Give their bullpen a little bit of leniency. Marsala will swing hard at that one, but it'll pop up not too deep. And Mosley will make the catch and throw it in, but they cut it off. But Fernandez will get to third in time with no throw over there. So Marsala with a fly out to center, but he does move Fernandez. So he did his job as he was showing bunt to begin with. Knew he wanted to come up and advance the runners into scoring position.
Designated hitter number 88, Manny
So Manny Ramirez will come to the plate. He grounded out too short in the first inning. He had an RBI single in the third. And then he walked and came around to score on the wild pitch in the last inning against Mitchell Dean. His father, Manny Ramirez, in the house as runner goes. And he will hold on to the ball as he was trying to avoid the double steal. So Carlos Sanchez will make it to second with no contest. Ramirez now with 2 runners in scoring position and a 1-0 count. He'll watch that one catch the top part of the zone for strike 1. His father was in the house earlier. Not quite sure if he's still here. He got that RBI single with his in the third inning. One of the 2 runs scored in the third inning for the Cannons. That gave the Cannons the lead in the third, as the pitching has been tremendous for the Cannons, as that singular leadoff home run is the only blemish on the night for the Cannons pitching, and Coe will step off before he digs back in. Cannons with 6 hits tonight, 5 for the Express. And that one will catch the inside part of the plate. Count will run to 2-2. Off-speed pitch just gets in there. Go long look in, and he delivers. That one will go high, and that'll run the count full for Manny Ramirez. So we will see a payoff pitch here with 1 out, 2 runners in scoring position. Fernandez on third, Sanchez on second, Ramirez at the plate. Payoff pitch, and Ramirez can't make contact. He swings through it, and that'll be a strikeout and 2 outs for the Cannons, and that'll bring up Gerardo Prado. Ramirez not happy with himself on that one, as he knew it was low and in. He just couldn't stay alive. So that'll bring up Gerardo Prado, who struck out twice, and he lined out to right in the third. Another big guy who can do some damage. And that one, he'll watch that one catch the inside part of the plate for strike 1. One of the few righties the Cannons have in their lineup. Cannons a very heavy lefty team for that home field advantage. Prado will take that one up for ball 1. Of course, we mention it about every broadcast, the 310 sign to right field, but 318 to the left field side, 388 to the left field power alley. And Prado will swing through this one, and that'll be a base hit. It'll score 1, maybe 2, as Sanchez is rounding third, and he comes in to score, and that'll make the Cannons lead 5-1. Gerardo Prado with a 2-run RBI single, and helps expand the lead to 4 for the Cannons in the bottom of the 7th. 2 detrimental runs for the Express to be giving up here. That'll bring up Ski Kono to the plate. Good piece of base running there by Sanchez, as he was not stopping, rounding third. And Ko throws behind Prado, but not in time, as Ko bounced it in the lefty-righty batter box. But a good pickup by Payne behind the plate to keep it there and keep Prado on first. Ski Kono tonight, grounded to second, walked twice the last 2 times he was up. Does have a base as he shows bunt, but ducks under the pitch. And Prado will advance as Payne can't catch the high pitch that went over Kono's head when he ducked. So now another runner in scoring position for the Cannons. Ski Kono, a bunt threat always, as he watches that one inside. Does not show bunt there. Prado driving in RBI number 4 and 5 on that last single, as Kono takes that one inside for ball 3. 3-1 count in his favor. Kono this season with 6 RBIs. Walked 5 times. Just a very good all-around player as he shows bunt again, but he'll pull back as he takes the walk, as Ko can't catch the plate. That'll be a 5-pitch walk for Kono. And his pitching coach will come to the mound to talk to him and try to give him some words. Prado will go over to Brett Fuller and talk with him to talk their strategy. Kono over on first. Not exactly the biggest threat to steal right now, with Prado on occupying second, unless Prado goes with him. Prado still fleet of foot, though, being a center fielder. And with the big frame, you would think he could get in there with a good slide. So we'll see what the Cannons want to do, as they have been trying to steal bases and put runners in scoring position early, knowing the offensive threat that the Strasburg Express is.
Catcher number 6, A.J. Goitia.
So A.J. Goitia will come back to the plate. He is 0 for 1 officially. Walked once. He was hit by a pitch and struck out looking. Goitia will back off of that one as that one goes a little too far inside. Goitia officially with a .333 average, but only in his 3rd game. Seeing his 7th at-bat of the season as that one goes outside. Seeing his 4th at-bat right now, which is more tonight than he's seen all season combined. He does have a hit, and he's walked twice. Yet to drive in an RBI. That singular hit being a double. Prado dancing over on second. Coe checking on him, but he'll deliver, and Goitia will swing through that one. That'll run the count to 2-1. And Goitia will watch that one catch the top of the zone, a little outside, but Mayer says it's a strike, so count will run to 2-2. Tonight around the Valley, a couple other games in action as Prado runs, and Goitia will swing through and miss, so it won't matter. Coe will strike out Goitia, and that will end the inning with just 2 runs across. That will make the lead 5-1 Cannons as we go to the top of the 8th.
The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contractor, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strait. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Hello and welcome back to Fireman's Field. New pitcher on the mound for the Cannons. Number 43, Brady Stewie, comes to the mound out of Kansas State University. 6'4", 220 senior. Did not see any action with Kansas State this year. Luke Pearl's night will be done. Luke Pearl, solid outing tonight as he ends with 3.2 innings tonight. Good length out of him. Didn't give up a run. He only gave up 2 hits, struck out 7. Didn't walk a single batter, but he did hit 2. And he gave up 1 wild pitch, but no damage off that wild pitch, as he was able to get out of that inning before it could cost him anything. Stewie this season, 1-0, officially on the season, still with a 0.00 ERA. We saw him last night in that 11-3 win over the Covington Lumberjacks. He pitched 1 inning, didn't give up a run, didn't give up a hit, and he struck out 2 against 4 batters. on the season. He's pitched in 5 games. He does have a save in 4.2 innings pitched, and he struck out 8. Only 1 hit on the season, coming against the Royals in a 6-5 loss here in Purcellville. And he will deliver the first pitch up and away for ball 1. And he will see the catcher replacement Jacob Payne first out of Toledo. And Payne swings through that one, and he will miss. So that'll be strike 1. Payne tonight, it's his first at bat, so. And he'll line that one out into right field. Fernandez is under it, though, and he will make the catch easily. So 1 quick out for Stewie. That will bring up number 14, Jack Anderson. That was a hard hit ball out to right, but Fernandez didn't really have to move. Jack Anderson coming back to the plate, reached on an error tonight, stole a base on that. Wasn't able to get any further, though. And he has 2 hits to top it off. And he pokes one the other way, just over Marsala, just fair. And he's thinking, too, as he rounds first. Ski Kono throws it, but the throw is not on time as the ump finally, third base ump finally makes a call, and he calls Anderson safe as he gets under the tag. Tremendous play by Kono there to make the third base umpire have to think about it. Ko got that ball about halfway down the right field line before he got it all the way over to second and gave Valentin a chance to make the tag and make it a play. But a double for Jack Anderson to add on to his great night, as he is now 3 for 4. And that'll bring up Brett Mosley, who is 1 for 1 tonight officially. And Goitia will take a trip out to Stewie, talk to him. Just a little quick message, and he will come back. Couldn't have said too much, but we'll see if it works in his favor. 1 out. Cannons lead 5-1. 7 hits for them, 6 for the Express. Cannons able to get out of jams, though, as well as 2 more reaching on errors. Brett Mosley tonight, as I was saying, 1 for 1 officially. He walked once. He got hit by a pitch. He does have a single, as Anderson takes a small lead off second. And that one will catch the outside part of the plate for Stewie to make it an 0-1 count. Marsala and Kono with those errors. Neither of them proving to be an issue, as everyone has stepped up defensively and the bullpen has been strong for the Cannons. Stewie takes a peek back at Anderson, and he delivers inside, but it gets past Goitia, and Anderson will advance to third on a wild pitch. Goitia kind of looked at his glove like he had a hole in it, but it bounces back, and now the Express have another run just 90 feet away. Count will go to 1-1 for Brett Mosley. Stewie delivers, and Mosley will foul that one off behind him to the left. That'll run the count to 1-2. As we come upon 10 o'clock here in Purcellville. And Mosley will pop that one out to right center, excuse me. And after a little bit of confusion, Prado makes the catch. He throws the ball in, but not in time as he throws it off the backstop. Heck of an arm from Prado there, but a little bit too much of an arm. As it bounces off the backstop, and Anderson will score on the Mosley sack fly. Looked like there was almost a little bit of a defensive issue there as Kobe White and Prado were both vying for that fly ball. But Prado makes the catch to give the Express 2 outs. That'll make the score 5-2 Cannons. And eBay will watch the first pitch go high for ball 1. Stewie can't get something right, so they call time. Maybe signs are an issue again. A lot of trouble with signs tonight for the Cannons pitchers, as we've seen multiple meetings waived off. We'll see if this one gets waived off too. As Jeremy said earlier, they don't have the pitch comms here in the Valley. eBay tonight has struck out 3 times, but he does have that home run that did stand as the singular run before Anderson just came across, and he'll foul that one backwards. Had that long home run in the first inning to lead off the game. Cannons doing a good job to hold the Express offense, as they have just been potent this season. That one will catch the outside part of the plate for strike 2. Strasburg leading the league in home runs with 24. eBay hit the 25th of the season for the Express. Express leading in RBIs with 122 as eBay drills that one out to right field, but Prado's under it. And that will end the inning for the Express. They do put one up on the board and make the score 5-2, but they still have 1 inning to work it back. And the Cannons have the bottom of the 8th here to try to put on a little extra cushion.
The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strait. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Hello and welcome back to Fireman's Field for the bottom of the 8th, where the Cannons look to add on to their 5-2 lead. Express able to bring a run across in the last inning, but nothing more than that, as Stewie able to hold down the fort, giving up his first run of the season. Express have a new pitcher on the mound, number 52, Tyler Reed, who is undecided at the moment. Tyler Reed this season does have 3 appearances. 6'7", 230 junior, righty out of Pampa, Texas. He has a 30.85 ERA. ERAs, of course, can't go off them too much for some relievers when they don't have too much experience on the mound, as that 30.85 ERA coming in 3 games with just 2.1 innings pitched. 0-0 on the season. But he looks to try to keep the Express in this one and keep the lead at 3 for the Cannons as Kobe White comes to the plate. And he'll watch that one go to the outside part of the plate for strike 1. Kobe White this season, this inning. Kobe White takes that one outside. Kobe White tonight, 0 for 3, struck out looking twice. He popped out to center. Tyler Reed on the season, that 30.85 ERA and 2.1 innings pitched. He struck out 2, gave up 5 hits, and he's walked 5 as Kobe White swings through that one. In his last outing against the River Bandits in a 12-5 loss, he pitched 1 full inning, 2 runs, only one of them earned, gave up 2 hits, and he struck out 1 against 6 batters. As Kobe White watches that one go outside, that'll run the count even at 2-2. Reed delivers, and Kobe will bounce it back to him. And Reed will make it and toss it over to Anderson at first for the out. So that'll be the first out of the inning for the Cannons. And that'll bring up Corey Valentine.
Number 22, Corey Valentine.
Valentine, of course, with that big double in the third. That was part of giving the Cannons the lead. He was the first run to come across for the Cannons. That first pitch in there for a strike. Corey Valentine on his last 2 at-bats, 0 for 2. 1 for 3 officially as he drills that one out to center field. But Mosley's under it, and he will make the easy catch, and that'll be 2 quick outs. Tyler Reed making quick work of the Cannons here as he puts 2 away in just 7 pitches. And he will face the top of the lineup with Anthony Fernandez coming to the plate. Anthony Fernandez tonight had a single. He's perfect, 2 for 2. He has 2 singles and his 2 walks. Tyler Reed this season made as Anthony Fernandez lines that one out to center, but Mosley was able to get under it. 8 pitches for Tyler Reed, makes quick work of the Cannons, and he gives his offense a chance to tie this game up in the top of the 9th, and we will see you back here then.
The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contractor, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strait. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Hello and welcome back to Fireman's Field. Brady Stewie's night is done, and that will bring Nick Gravel to the mound. Nick Gravel on the season 0-1 in his 5 appearances with a 5.06 ERA. 2 saves as he comes in here for another save opportunity. 5.1 innings pitched, 6 strikeouts, 5 walks, and 1 hit on the season. 3 runs all earned. 1 coming against the Cardinals in that 10-9 loss on June 7th. And 2 coming against the Rebels in that 7-6 win, if you remember the back-to-back Rebels games where they won 7-6 in extras with the Acevedo walk-off bunt error. And then just a couple days later, they came in and played the Rebels again and lost in a 1-0 pitcher's duel. Gravel with 2 saves coming in for potential to get another save here, and he will face Brooks Henderson, Topher Jones, and Tanner Hardin. And Goitia will go up to him and just talk to him, make sure they have everything in check before they face the heart of the lineup here.
Leading off the top of the 9th inning for the Express, number 4, Brooks Henderson.
So Brady Stewie's night, he pitches 1 inning. He gives up 1 run that is earned. Gave up 1 hit. No strikeouts, no walks. As that first pitch catches the outside part of the plate for Gravel. Stewie did just about all he could, just shy of perfect, which is all you can ask for as a Cannon. Now you're asking Gravel to just come in and shut the door on the Express as he delivers that one low and away for ball 1. Gravel out of Sydney, New York, 6'2", 210 senior, attending Keystone College. And that one will go low for a ball. Brooks Henderson tonight, he walked twice and he struck out twice. Was caught stealing in the first inning in that strikeout throw out. And he will take that one high. Run the count to 3-1. Gravel in his last outing was here against the Cardinals on Saturday in a 6-3 win. He pitched 1 inning, gave up no runs, no hits, got the save as he delivers that one high, and Henderson will walk for the 3rd time tonight. Struck out 1 against 3 batters in that Cardinals game. And he will see the hottest hitter in the VBL with Topher Jones, who is officially 0 for 3 tonight. Topher Jones looking to make the game interesting for the Express as that first pitch is outside. Goitia a little trouble handling it, but no damage done. Topher Jones yet to be held hitless this season. He'll watch that one go high for ball 2. 2-0 count for Jones. Jones struck out twice, reached on a fielder's choice, and he was hit by a pitch after going down 0-2, worked it back to 2-2, and then was hit by it. Take that one high. Gravel, 3-0 count. And Goitia will call time and go up and talk to him. Try to get his mind right. Brett Fuller also coming out to the mound. Looks like the Cannons bullpen just over, staying loose, walking around. But hoping Gravel can just close this one out. As Fuller, Goitia, and Gravel all talk on the mound, discuss their game plan for these final 3 outs. Now it disperses. Henderson on first. Henderson does have a stolen base on the season. And Gravel finds the zone there as the count now goes to 3-1. Gravel hoping that'll get him back into the right mindset and help finish out this game. And he catches the bottom part of the zone there for strike 2, and he'll get the count back to full. And Topher will ground it over to third. Sanchez makes the throw. Topher Jones will be out at first, but Henderson will advance to second. Smart play by Sanchez there as he cuts the ball off before it can get over to Valentin, but makes the throw over to Marsala in time to at least get 1 out. Henderson is now in scoring position.
Number 9, Tanner Harding.
Topher Jones now, barring something unforeseen, will be held hitless for the first time this season. Tanner Hardin will watch that first pitch hit the zone for a strike. Jones was on a 9-game hitting streak. That will now end. Long look in from Gravel. He delivers inside for ball 1. Hardin on the season, 289 in 10 games, making his 11th appearance. He walked once. He was hit by a pitch. Then he struck out and he popped out to right field. I'm going to try to get this game a little bit closer as he fouls that one back. Just gets the top of his bat. That'll run the count to 1-2. No extra base hits, but he does have 9 RBIs on the season. He's walked 3 times. Gravel, long look in. Winds, he delivers. And that one catches the bottom part of the zone. Hardin can't get the bat off his shoulder. And there goes the second out for the Express as they are now down to their final out. That final out will be represented by Eddie Castillo as he comes to the plate looking to keep the Strasburg Express alive, down 5-2 in the top of the 9th. Castillo tonight, 1 for 4. Struck out in the first. Third base umpire from the Express not happy with the call as he's talking to the ump and trying to get an explanation. But Anthony Mayer says no harm, no foul. And third base coach will walk back to his box, where he remains, and Eddie Castillo versus Nick Gravel. Gravel delivers, that one outside for ball 1. Castillo tonight struck out in the first, lined out to center in the third. Hit a single in the fifth and reached on an error in the seventh. And that one just a little bit low for Mare's liking. So that'll take the count to 2-0 for Castillo. Henderson on second. Gravel delivers, and Castillo will foul that one. High and way left, way foul. Stands have emptied out quite a bit. Essentially no more purple over on the visiting side. Count 2-1 for Castillo. 2 outs, 5-2 Cannons here in the top of the ninth. Gravel delivers, and Castillo swings through that one. So now he's down to his final strike. Count to 2-2. Cannons dugout letting him hear it. As they look to take down the second place Strasburg Express in the north. Here comes the pitch. That one just a little bit high. So this one getting interesting with a full count here to Castillo. Runner in scoring position. 2 outs. And Gravel will step off to think about it before digging back in on the mound. Looking in to get his sign. Winds and delivers, and Castillo will foul that one back and take the payoff pitch again. Nick Gravel leading the team in saves with 2, looking to add a third here. Down to their final strike. Gravel delivers the payoff pitch, and Castillo will foul that one back again. So we do it all over again. Another payoff pitch coming in for the third time. Gravel delivers and fouled off once again. Bounced off the net. One of the Cannons players made the catch from the dugout over his head. Beautiful catch. Couldn't quite tell who it was. But we will now see the fourth payoff pitch of this at-bat. Count at 3-2, 2 outs. Gravel looking to add another save to the resume. Henderson on second, taking a decent lead. Gravel winds, delivers, and that one low. So Castillo will go to first. That'll put 2 runners on, and the tying run comes to the plate. Landon Beaver representing the tying run for the Strasburg Express. Beaver, another one of those dangerous hitters for the Strasburg Express. He is 0 for 4 tonight. He struck out, popped up to short as he takes that first pitch inside for ball 1. Grounded into a double play and grounded out to first as Marsala ended the 7th inning unassisted. And runners go, and they throw down to third, but it's not in time. Henderson able to get over to third just in time Now a run just 90 feet away. Of course, Beaver could tie this game with one swing of a bat. Beautiful throw by Goitia there. Sanchez just couldn't apply the tag in time. Ball was marked as a strike, so count is 1-1. Both runners advance, and Gravel delivers inside for ball 2. Double steal there as Castillo goes to second, Henderson on third. 2-1 pitch. And Beaver will pop that one foul. Count now at 2-2, 2 outs. Express down to their last strike again. And that one inside, so we will go to a full count for another batter. Gravel not happy with that one, as he thought that was the final pitch of the game. But Anthony Mayer behind the plate says no. Count runs full. Henderson on third, Castillo on second, Beaver at the plate. Beaver with 3 home runs on the season. 4 home runs, excuse me. Can tie it right here with another one. And the pitch goes high. So the winning run will, the leading run will come to the plate for the Express. Beaver goes to first. Bases are juiced for the Express, as Jacob Payne represents the leading run.
Number 19, Jacob Payne.
Trying to get the go-ahead run across the plate. As Gravel delivers high and outside for ball 1. Payne in his last at-bat lined out to right field. Over to Anthony Fernandez. Payne on the season, batting .280, making his 9th appearance of the season. And he'll line that one back up the middle, and that'll be a run for the Express, as they're holding Castillo at third. Gravel able to duck out of the way as that line drive goes right back at him. So he drilled it right back up the middle. Kobe White able to get the ball in fast enough to keep everyone where they're at with just 1 run scoring. And that'll make the score 5-3 for the Cannons, as Brett Fuller goes out to the mound to have a talk with Gravel, bringing in the infield. Bases remain loaded for the Express. Go-ahead run on first, and they are going to bring a new pitcher in for the Cannons, and we'll tell you all about it when we get back.
The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Woofy's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strait. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Welcome back. The new pitcher on the mound for the Cannons is number 34, Ryan Morrison, a right-handed pitcher out of Seattle University. This season, Morrison has a 9-even ERA. Does not have a recorded win or loss in his single appearance. His solo appearance came against the River Bandits, where they won 5-2. Gave up 1 run. It was earned in 1 inning. 2 hits, struck out 2 against 5 batters. And he's coming in to take over the save situation for Gravel. Up to 5-3 Cannons. Bases are loaded for the Express. And we will see Jack Anderson, who has had a good night. He is 3 for 4 on the night. He reached on an error in the second. And he has a single, a triple, and a double. Home run here would complete the cycle, and it would put the Express up by 2. So that'll end Gravel's night. Gravel getting just .2 of an inning. Does have 1 run earned thus far. All 3 of the runners on are Gravel's responsibility. Gave up only 1 hit, but the damage came with 3 walks. Of course, the run coming across from that last hit that he gave up. So Ryan Morrison against Jack Anderson. 2 outs, 5-3 Cannons, and Morrison delivers the first one in for strike 1. Anderson, not the guy you want to see at the plate right now if you're a Cannons fan. Of course, the perfect guy you want to see at the plate if you are an Express fan. Having a tremendous night as Morrison delivers outside for ball 1. Looking to add on to his resume for tonight. Reaching base all 4 times. Morrison checks back to second. And he delivers, and Anderson will foul that one off. Foul to the right side. Out of play. No chance for anyone. Count will go to 1-2. Morrison, 6'8", 205, senior out of Seattle. From Melbourne, Australia. So he delivers, and Anderson swings at that one in the dirt, and that will end the game. Ryan Morrison will get the save as he strikes out Jack Anderson. So Cannons win 5-3. 7 hits for the Cannons, 6 for the Express, 2 errors for the Cannons. Express remain error-free for tonight. And that will be the end of the game. We will be back here, barring weather. We'll be back here on Thursday night as the Cannons look to take on the Turks, the leader of the South Division. So we'll see you guys then. We thank you guys for joining us tonight from Fireman's Field. For Jeremy Huber, I'm Tristan Kunik, and have a good night.